home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
They've got him, it's a sack!
Sixers.
Oh, baby!
And Flyers.
He scored!
97.3 ESPN. WENJ. WENJ HD. Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
Happy Hour Friday edition of the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill. 97.3 ESPN FM. 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. Also, don't forget, we are streaming live on YouTube at 973 ESPN. Boy, we got another busy day to get to because the ramifications of the Nick Castellanos story from yesterday just seems to get more and more wild. And I know the Philadelphia Phillies are going to want to turn the table from the Nick Castellanos saga to the people who are actually in camp. But it's going to be very, 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 very difficult for them to do so. So we're going to get into that here. Sports Bash, Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill. Happy Hour Friday. Big jam-packed show today. Here is the guest lineup for today. Mike Gill for the Press of Atlantic City. Joining us coming up in about 25 minutes from now. Nick Earnshaw for another edition of Nick's Nuggets coming up at 3 p.m. Charlotte Barnes from The Athletic. I'm very excited she's coming on because she was with the team, covering the team, when, as Castellanos calls it, the Miami incident happened last year. So now we can get kind of like a full circle perspective from her coming up at 3:30 p.m. on the state of the Phillies in the aftermath of them releasing Castellanos yesterday. Football at 4, powered by the Insider Birds podcast. NFL insider Adam Kaplan will join us coming up to get into the latest with the Eagles in the NFL offseason. And we will get into the state of the Sixers in the NBA at the All-Star break with Spot Track NBA insider Keith Smith. He will join us coming up at 5 p.m. Also, the Whitehorse RV text board is open at 609-403-0973. And yes, it is Happy Hour Friday. I have some recommendations for you guys to check out. We'll get to that later in the show. You guys can chime in what you are consuming this President's Day weekend, and let's have fun. Let's get into some sports conversation here on 97.3 ESPN, because I don't know about you guys, but this Nick Castellanos article that came out from Matt Gelb in The Athletic, and I feel like I need to read it again because the first time through it, the initial reaction I had is, if you all out there on 97.3 ESPN, if you're watching on YouTube and X, wherever you're consuming the show, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank, see how anyone who's listened to me long enough here knows that me, Josh Hennig, filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN, I have been very critical of Dave Dombrowski the last couple of years. This article in The Athletic does not make anything different for me. I don't understand why this organization bent over backwards for this malcontent. You know, the article talks about that Castellanos thought that he was a star, and it was already an awkward situation for a star coming to a team of stars. The fact that Castellanos lacked... This article makes it worse. The fact that Castellanos never trusted or liked Rob Thompson or Kevin Long because they never played the game. The fact that Castellanos would play his own music in the clubhouse after games that they would lose if he had a good game. The fact that Castellanos, his own teammates were like, we're going to just got to distance ourselves from this guy. The fact that Castellanos, and there's so many things in this article that we can get into throughout the 4 hours here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. It's like he had zero clue that people were trying to do everything they could for him. The fact that the article points to the fact that the Phillies gave his son, Liam, so much latitude that other organizations would never do. It's like the man was never, ever capable of appreciating what was given to him. I just don't get it. I just don't get it, folks. It makes zero sense to me how this guy is this much of a tone-deaf idiot. And everyone bent over backwards for him. Now, again, you can take the Matt Gill article with a grain of salt because Nick Castellanos claimed in his Instagram story that a Phillies player gave him a heads up that the Athletic article was coming out. So obviously, Castellanos did still have friends in the organization. He was not universally hated, disregarded by everyone. But I think the aftermath of the Castellanos fiasco is to Dave Dombrowski. You brought this guy in here. This was supposed to be your guy. He's your malcontent. He's your boy. You brought this on the Phillies. You're now paying this guy $20 million to go away. Multiple reports, not just the Matt Gelb article, said that Castellanos never wanted to come to Philadelphia. He only came here because you offered him the long-term contract for $100 million. He wanted to go back home. He wanted to go to Miami. But just tried to put a square peg in a round hole. And the one other reason why the Philadelphia Phillies have not won a World Series in the Dave Dombrowski era is because Dave Dombrowski has insisted that he knows best and no one can tell him otherwise. Nick Castellanos should have never, ever, ever been here. The players grew tired of his, you want to call it his shtick, his isms. Why is Nick Castellanos the only guy who hates Rob Thompson and distrusts Rob Thompson? Every other person loves it. Whit Merrifield was only here for, 5 months? He was like, I love Rob Thompson. He was the most honest manager I ever had. Nick Castellanos, I don't trust him. I don't like him. The Phillies organization built a locker room of great star players. And now looking back on it, you have to wonder, was Nick Castellanos the one holding them back all along? Six zero 403-0973, the Whitehorse RV text board to join the conversation. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill. I mean, after reading the article by Matt Gelb in The Athletic, I felt like I needed a drink for Happy Hour Friday. Because it's just, I don't understand how all of this even happened. If you know that this is who he is, then why did you bring him in here? If anyone should know who he is, it's Dave Dombrowski. But Dave and the Phillies organization catered to him again and again and again. And frankly, they did not get a very good return on their investment. You gave the guy $100 million, and he was arguably the streakiest player possible. The Athletic article even points to the fact that players didn't understand why they kept playing Castellanos. Just the overall lack of maturity and self-awareness. Remember the report a couple years ago when the report was that Nick Castellanos said that he wanted to play 162 games and that it was important to him? And you're like, why? Why are we bending over backwards for a guy who, over a 2-year period with the Phillies, now, yes, he was an all-star. I can't take that away from him. He had a great first half of that season. And frankly, historically, I think the Phillies were trying to look at it as Nick Castellanos has a good year every other year. That was kind of the history with him, right? The history with him was he'd have an up year, he'd have a down year. And I think the Phillies are trying to say, look, if we're going to give this guy this long-term deal, we are hoping that in a 5-year period, he'll give us 3 good years. Because the first year in Philadelphia, not good. Second year, much better. Third year, it was okay. And then the wheels came off last year. Now, did the wheels come off because Castellanos was 33 turning 34, or did the wheels come off because, as the Athletic article points out, Nick Castellanos, the growing discontent and the growing frustration and his unhappiness was building and building and building to the point where it just broke? I think there's a lot of things to ask questions about the Philadelphia Phillies, how they handled the situation. Because you could make the argument they should have never signed him in the first place. If he didn't want to be here, why did you try to stick a square peg in a round hole? Why did you try to force Castellanos onto this team? And this goes back to the Dave Dombrowski issue. This was Dombrowski's boy. This was a guy that Dombrowski drafted in Detroit. He was Dombrowski's first-round draft pick in the 2010 MLB draft. For whatever reason, Dave Dombrowski thought that even though Castellanos had a roller coaster career, he was a very up and down player, Dave Dombrowski believed that he could be the right-handed protection to protect Bryce Harper. And that proved out to be completely and utterly false. That the previous seasons when he played well, the 2021 year with Cincinnati, the 2017 year with Detroit, that the years that he had his best numbers turned out to be more aberrations of a player playing for a future contract than it was a player trying to be the best version of himself. I mean, the whole situation where he's playing his own music in the locker room when they lose the game because he had a good game. It's just so selfish. And that's what's weird, because the article doesn't paint Castellanos as completely negative. Mike Gill from The Athletic pointed out that Castellanos has been a guy who has helped younger players. That Castellanos is a guy who was the first one to run to Orion Kerkering's side at the end of last year. That Castellanos is a guy who has been a good teammate at times. So how do we contrast a guy who isn't a bad human being with this immature, lack of self-awareness, malcontent, overgrown man-child. And if this is who he's always been, then why did Dave Dombrowski ever sign him? Let's get to the White Horse RV text board at 609-403-0973. Of course, White Horse RV Center in Williamstown and Galloway. Your RV adventure starts here at White Horse RV. Jeff in Ocean City chimes in on the text board and says, why did they even let Castellanos play 162 games in 2024? For what exactly? Listen, I think it's a great question. And I think if you go based on the reporting out there, Jeff in Ocean City, it seems like the Phillies catered to Castellanos because that was Dombrowski's boy. That's at least what I have gathered from all this. Castellanos wanted to play every day. Dave Dombrowski told Rob Thompson, let him play every day. And whether people like it or not, Rob Thompson has this job because he does not tell Dave Dombrowski no. Dombrowski can say all he wants to the media that Rob Thompson runs the team. But the reality is that in today's world of baseball, managers have jobs because the people who are their bosses are in simpatico with them. So even if Rob Thompson said, I don't know if I think Castellanos should be starting 162 games, I'm sure the front office told him, do it. Give him what he wants. He was an all-star last year. Because I'm sure Dave Dombrowski will tell us some story about how, well, you know, when I was in Detroit in 2013, Nick Castellanos did this wonderful thing for a child who was saying, and you're just like, dude, stop telling us stories about what happened years ago, Dombrowski. Talk about today. Glenn Absekin chimes in the White Horse RV text board at 609-403-0973, says, this complete lack of self-awareness on Nick Castellanos' part. He's a player who thinks he's better than he really is. Maybe the whole experience will be a reality check for Nick. Glenn Absekin, I wish you were right. I really, really, really do for Castellanos' sake. But I don't think he'll get it. Because, again, we read the Instagram handwritten note that he posted online. He literally, first of all, didn't even acknowledge Rob Thompson's existence in the thank you section. This is a guy who tries to act like, you know, hey, everything's cool, man, everything's great on one hand. And then on the flip side, he wants to be treated like he's some king. Like, how does Nick Castellanos, and maybe this is my fault, maybe I'm part of the problem. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on 973 ESPN. Maybe part of the problem is people like myself can't comprehend how someone like Nick Castellanos can have so much lack of self-awareness. Because to me, and again, we only know what we know, right? I've never met Nick Castellanos. I don't know what he's really like in person. But I know for me, I grew up in a world where if you didn't have self-awareness, if you weren't attentive to your environment, if you didn't understand your place, shall I call it, in the grand scheme of things, you were quickly put in your place. You were quickly put on the ground. So for me, I grew up in a world where if you weren't self-aware, you were going to get handled, shall I call it. Apparently, Nick Castellanos didn't grow up in that world. Robbie in Little Lake Harbor chimes in on the text board. The White Horse RV text board at 609-403-0970 says Nick Castellanos had to go. The Phillies did a lot for his son. Nick is Dave Dombrowski's boy. You're right, Josh. I will never get $20 million to go see. He says, no one wanted Nick. This is why the Phillies never traded. Well, that's not true, Robbie. A team is going to pick him up for the sole fact that they can get him on the cheap. Nobody wanted Nick Castellanos for $20 million. But a team like the Blue Jays can call Castellanos and say, we'll give you 10. We'll give you 5. And I think that's where people don't understand the dynamics here. Nobody wanted Nick Castellanos at $20 million. So now whatever team picks up Castellanos has to pay the difference. So, for example, if the Blue Jays signed him for $8 million, the Phillies still got to pay Castellanos $12 million. And I'm only using the Blue Jays because of the injury to Santander, their DH, and that he would be an ideal fit for them. Let's squeeze in Steve from Ventnor before we hit the break here at 609-403-0973. He says, I saw this coming a mile away. There was only one to two realistic ways to trade Castellanos without the Phillies putting their tail between their legs and admitting defeat. Listen, I hear what you're saying, Steve, but I think it's more than that. I think it's the fact that a lot of teams looked at Castellanos and said, is he worth the trouble? I think when teams called the Phillies about Castellanos and they asked him, Dave, you and I have known each other for a very long time. You got to tell me, is this Castellanos rumor, speculation, is it true? And I think Dombrowski, in secret, behind closed doors, admitted that, yes, some of the things that you've seen reported did happen. And I think some teams were like, well, I'm not paying a guy $20 million to be a problem for my organization. We'll get Mike McGarrett's perspective on it coming up here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, we'll get to more of your texts on the Whitehorse RV text board, 609-403-0973. Mike McGarrett coming up next, plus Knicks Nuggets at 3 p.m. Charlotte Barnes from The Athletic. She was in Miami during the initial, as Nick Castellanos calls it, incident last year. She'll give us a full circle perspective on the Phillies coming up at 3:30. All that and more. Phillies, Eagles. We got some Eagles and NFL stuff to talk about as well a little bit later in the hour. And by the way, speaking of the NBA, did you guys see that Chris Paul retired today? Yeah, Chris Paul apparently has decided, instead of signing with a new team, he is pulling the plug on his NBA career. What does that say about the 76ers? He could have been a guy you could have picked up in the buyout market. Instead, he retires. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill, 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. Streaming live on YouTube at 97.3 ESPN as well as on X. Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City joins us next.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Do I have everybody's attention now?
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
.228 here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN. We'll get back to the White Horse RV text board in just a bit at 609-403-0973. Cole from LBI, as well as, now is that Alden or Adam from Linwood? Texter, reconfirm your name. We'll get back to the White Horse RV text board in just a bit. But right now, Mike Gill of the Press of Atlantic City joining us as the aftermath of the end of the Nick Castellanos saga. Where does that leave the Phillies moving forward? As well as who are the Sixers at the NBA All-Star break? All that and more. Mike Gill joins the Sports Batch every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Usually with Mike Gill, but instead it's with me, Josh Hennig, filling for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN. McGarry, welcome in. How you doing today?
Doing well, Josh. How are you today?
I'm doing well, but I'm a little perplexed because, after reading the Matt Gelb article in The Athletic and seeing all the different reporting about the Nick Castellanos and the Phillies divorce, I just got one big question, Mike, which is, where is the blame for Dave Dombrowski and all this? Because this is supposed to be his boy, and his boy basically looks like he almost imploded the entire team.
Well, I don't know if blame has to be assigned here to anybody. I mean, I think it's clear that the relationship between the Philadelphia Phillies and Nick Castellanos had come to an end. I think both parties wanted to move on, and basically that is what is happening right now. And I don't know. I see the Phillies taking some hits here. I see Dombrowski taking some hits here. But I just wonder, this is a fan base that has their number one complaint is that, the Phillies are just running it back. And last season, Nick Castellanos was, by all statistical measures, one of the worst everyday players in baseball. Of guys who had 500 or more plate appearances, you are not going to find people analytically who performed poorer than Castellanos did, both at the plate and in the field. And I'm just wondering, why is there criticism for the Phillies or angst that they released Castellanos when he was not a good player last year and they needed to upgrade that position?
Well, I mean, I can't speak for everyone, Mike, but to me, the angst is not about getting rid of Castellanos. It's almost about the fact that if he has been this much of an issue, why was he still here? You know what I mean? Like, if he was that much of a problem.
Well, again, I think they're trying to salvage the situation, right? I mean, let's go back to the quote unquote the Miami incident, right? To me, the sin of that incident is not so much the open beer in the dugout, which, by the way, is against Major League Baseball rules. To me, the sin of that incident is Nick Castellanos deciding in the late innings of a close ball game to discuss / berate / shout at manager Rob Thompson and discuss the positive and negatives of the Philadelphia Phillies. You want to question the manager, that's fine. That goes on. But that's for a post-game meeting or a meeting at 1 p.m. the next day. You don't do it in the 8th or 9th inning of a close game, and you especially don't do it with an open beer in your hand. So I can almost understand, Josh, the people who say, boy, Nick Castellanos, he should have been gone, the very next day. However, I'm not so sure that's realistic, because every ball game I've ever been to, somebody plays right field, and you are paying the guy $20 million a year. He has helped you in the past. Again, I can't fault the Philadelphia Phillies for trying to salvage the relationship with Nick Castellanos.
President of Atlantic City sports columnist Mike McGarry joining us here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN. You mentioned about salvaging the Castellanos situation. Obviously, they gave him that $100 million contract. And, Mike, my perspective is I don't want to put words in the Phillies' mouth, but at least my interpretation is I think the Phillies looked at Castellanos' careers and said, look, he is a guy who is every other year a really good player. And I think the original hope is that if we get 3 good years out of the 5 years, it's worth our investment. Obviously, it didn't go the way they thought, but I think in my mind, that's how I rationalize their rationalization, which is they felt like, look, if we get 3 really good years out of this guy, it's worth it.
Yeah, I mean, you could look at any contract like that, and there were some good moments with Nick Castellanos. Go back to the 2022 playoff run, a lot of big home runs. You look at the start of the 2023 playoffs. Well, the entire 2023 playoffs, you saw the good and bad of Nick Castellanos. He began the 23 postseason as hot a hitter as anybody in the playoffs, and he finished that 2023 postseason against the Arizona Diamondbacks as cold a hitter as anybody in the playoffs. And that was the sort of conundrum of Nick Castellanos, because he does stuff like he did in the quote-unquote Miami incident, which I just find that title to be spectacular, the Miami incident, basically. You think Crockett and Tubbs were down there investigating something or something like that. But then you look at, Nick Castellanos' very last act in a Phillies uniform was when Orion Kirkman threw the ball away, made the error that lost Game 4. Nick Castellanos came from right field and to the pitcher's mound and basically was the only teammate to sort of walk Kirkman back to the dugout. I thought that was just a beautiful thing for Nick to do. So there's the conundrum of Nick Castellanos. I just think it got to the point here, much like a marriage that ends, it just wasn't going to work anymore, and both sides will be better going their separate ways. And I think with the way Castellanos performed last year, I mean, it was time for the Phillies to move on. It was time for Castellanos to move on.
Mike, part of moving on, obviously, is the fact that, one, they brought in Adolis Garcia in right field. Is that a guy that you anticipate is going to play every day, or do you think there's a chance that he might be part of a platoon as well?
No, I think he's going to be the everyday right fielder, Josh, and I think, we're going to have a lot of fun this summer talking about what kind of season is Garcia having as opposed to Nick Castellanos. I mean, that's going to be like the old, the head-to-head chart, you can put in the newspaper and online. It's going to be a fascinating baseball season to see what, to see who performs better. Let's put it to you this way. I wouldn't want to be Garcia if he's hitting 200 on May 1st with 3 home runs, and Castellanos is hitting 300 somewhere with 8 home runs on May 1st. It'll be an interesting season, but Garcia is going to be the everyday right fielder. Now, he's a guy who had a spectacular season and postseason in 2023, has been down in 24 and 25. The Phillies are taking a chance that he can bounce back to his previous form. We'll see what happens, but he's going to be the guy in right field.
Mike, I think the one good story coming out of Phillies spring training, putting the Castellanos stuff aside, is, and I know it's a simple thing. I get that. I know some people online are probably going to be like, Josh, you're being ridiculous. But I think it's a big deal what the Phillies did this week, Mike, which is strategically putting the young guys, the Painters, the Millers, the Crawfords, they put all their lockers in between other veteran players. So now you have guys like Aiden Miller and Andrew Painter directly sitting next to veterans like Kyle Schwarber, Bryce Harper, and Aaron Nola. I think this might have been the smartest thing the Phillies have ever did this offseason, which is, if we're going to bring these young guys up, Mike, let's make sure that they are spending time with the most important veterans on our team.
Yeah, I like that too a lot, Josh, and I like the infusion of youth. Again, I know people say they're running it back, this and that, but I remember, the 2007 to 11 era and how people complained in 2013 and 14 and 15 when the Phillies were, struggling, that the reason they did not sustain that success was that they did not bring in an infusion of young talent. Well, they are not doing that. They are doing that this season with Crawford in center field, with Painter on the mound, and with Aiden Miller, third base, shortstop, getting some looks at second base. So you expect Crawford to be in the lineup opening day. I would expect Painter to make the starting rotation. I would expect Miller to start in AAA and, maybe be here at some point during the season. So, again, great to infuse young talent into the lineup and great to hook that young talent up with established veterans, especially guys like Kyle Schwarber and JT Realmuto, who can teach them how to be professionals and how to win at the major league level.
Speaking of learning, Mike, let's flip it over to the 76ers. Are the Sixers going to learn anything from them losing 3 of 4 games without Jared McCain, or are Sixer fans going to be miserable after the All-Star break?
Look, to me, the Sixers come down to one factor here, and that is, is Joel Embiid going to be healthy for the postseason? That is the fate of the Philadelphia 76ers in the postseason depends on that one factor. How many games can Joel Embiid show up and play, and how effective he can be? I'm not crying any tears over the loss of Jared McCain. I realize he's gone to Oklahoma. I realize he's had a couple of good games out there. But what Jared McCain has to do for Oklahoma is not what he would have to do for the Philadelphia 76ers. I don't think the Sixers' playoff fortunes rise or fall on the fact that they traded Jared McCain away. To me, the Sixers are about one thing, and that is how healthy is Joel Embiid, and can he stand up to a playoff grind? And again, just when you get comfortable and you think that maybe he can, boom, you see that thing on social media where it says, oh, Embiid's being held out, because of right knee or knee management or something, and we hope he's better after the All-Star break. But, we've been down this road before. So to me, the Philadelphia 76ers and their playoff fortunes are about one thing, and that is the health of Mr. Joel Embiid.
And I think that's what frustrates me, Mike, because of the fact that, what Daryl Morey said is they made the McCain trade to try to make another trade, and they didn't make it. And it's like, I saw the Celtics get better. I saw the Cavs get better. There were teams in the East that got better, Mike, and the Sixers were just like, yeah, we're fine. It's like, it just feels like such a bizarre way to come out of the trade deadline, and now you basically, it was literally in 519 games the worst loss for the Sixers of all time to the Knicks. And it's like, how can we get the Sixer fans to even have any hope for this team if they go into the All-Star break? Basically, Mike, they didn't get taken to the woodshed. They got taken to the backyard and kicked out.
Yeah, I'm not going to get too carried away by the Knicks, rolling all over the Philadelphia 76ers. I've seen the Knicks get blown out by teams. The night before, the Knicks rolled past the Philadelphia 76ers by 100 points. The Knicks lost at home to an Indiana Pacers team that didn't have any of his stars and is actively trying to lose games. It was actually fined by the NBA yesterday because they're not putting all their best players on the floor. The Knicks lost at home in overtime to the Indiana Pacers. Again, I'm going to come back to the Embiid thing. I know it's frustrating that the Sixers didn't make any moves, but one of the reasons they didn't make any moves, Josh, is because they're paying Joel Embiid $50 million a year. So, that which kind of hamstrings them a little bit. So I understand the frustration. I understand the frustration that fans have that the Sixers actually, made a trade for the purposes of just trying to get under the cap, basically. I understand that frustration, and I understand other teams in the East made some moves. But again, to me, it's all about Embiid, his health. Does Paul George come back? Is he ready for the playoffs after his suspension? Does Maxey continue to improve? Does Edgecombe continue to improve? I mean, again, this is a team that I think can play with anybody in the East, but Embiid has got to be healthy. And that, as we all know, is a big if and probably isn't going to happen. So if I was fans, I'd be more fans can be mad at the McCain thing and stuff like that. But if I was a Sixers fan, I'd be just like, I can't believe in this team because I don't believe Embiid is ever going to be healthy enough to make a 2-month playoff run.
Mike, before I let you go, are you going to watch any of the weekend NBA All-Star festivities?
No. There's 2 things that I'm not watching through no fault of my own. This is a busy time of the year. We've got Cape Atlantic League basketball tournament going on. I'm headed out to a great game tonight. Lower Cape May at St. Augustine. Holy Spirit Atlantic City boys in the quarterfinal at 2 p.m. tomorrow. The tournament continues next week with the boys semifinals at Atlantic City on Tuesday, the girls semifinals at Middle Township on Wednesday, and the finals next Saturday at Egg Harbor Township, one of my favorite high school sports days of the years. So I'm just not home enough to watch that stuff, but I'm not going to be watching the NBA. And unfortunately, Josh, I don't know about you, but I haven't turned on the Winter Olympics once. I used to be a big downhill ski fan, but not. It's kind of gotten away from me as I've gotten older. I used to be a big Franz Klammer guy back in 1976 in Innsbruck. Google that on YouTube. That was skiing, Josh. That was skiing.
I mean, listen, I will never say I was really a skiing guy, but I used to be a big figure skating guy, like in the 90s, with guys like Todd Eldridge and Elvis Stoico and all of those, Brian Boitano and I gotta admit, I haven't really tuned into the Olympics much either. So I feel, but you know what, Mike? I think you get the better end of the deal. I would rather watch St. Augustine Prep versus Lower Cape May anyway. So,
yeah, absolutely, every day of the week and twice on Sunday, Josh.
Mike McGarry with the Press of Atlantic City, AC Press McGarry for all your coverage of the Philadelphia sports as well as South Jersey high school sports. He joins us every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday on the Sports Bash. Mike, great stuff today.
All right, Josh, we'll see you down the road. Thank you.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. And we are streaming live on YouTube and X at 973 ESPN. Coming up, back to the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. And don't forget, Knicks Nuggets still to come at 3 p.m. Charlotte Barnes from The Athletic. She's down there in spring training with the Phillies. She joins us at 3:30. And football at 4 with NFL insider Adam Kaplan coming up at 4 p.m. And your guys' text as well coming up, 609-403-0973.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And I am the voice of the voiceless.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
.251 here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig, Phillies for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. By the way, yes, it is Happy Hour Friday, so we will get to some recommendations a little bit later in the show. By the way, don't forget, I will be at the Mike's Seafood Run Walk for Autism tomorrow. Hanging with Hennig, broadcasting live, 12 to 3 p.m. I'll be out there all day long supporting this great cause because any day you can do something for children with disabilities. It is a good day. Registration is still open at Mike's Seafood RunWalkForAutism.com. Check-in is after 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, so you still have time to come on out and support. We'll be out there hanging out all day, supporting the great cause. And don't forget, even if you don't run or walk, you can get in on the raffle and giveaways, Phillies, Sixers, Flyers tickets, or as Mike Monticelli likes to call it, the best seats in the house. But seriously, these are great tickets. You want to come out. And remember, all these donations go to support this great cause. Mike Seafood Run Walk for Autism for almost 20 years in Sea Isle City. Let's get back to the Whitehorse RV text board now at 609-403-0973. He hasn't gotten back to us, so I'm assuming it's Alden in Linwood. He says, after the offseason struggles, Dave Dombrowski needs to go. Phillies need to change at the top. Listen, I hear what you're saying, man. I don't disagree with you. The problem is Dombrowski apparently has John Middleton's ear. And as long as you have the owner's ear, you're probably going to hang around for a while. It's just the way the world works. Whether we like it or not, if you're the guy the owner trusts, you're going to have your job for a long time. Cole from LBI chimes in as well on the Whitehorse RV text board at 609-403-0970. I guess that's the way I should frame calling Sirianni a yes man. He's similar to Thompson, that he won't tell how we know. I think that okay, I hear what you're saying. He says, I'm not excusing Nick's actions or behavior. He definitely crossed some lines. It sounds like to me he's a nice dude who hates analytics and isn't afraid to speak his mind. Well, I don't know if he's a nice guy or not, Cole from LBI, because it feels like Castellanos is, I don't know, we call him complicated, layered, nuanced. I don't know. I have trouble believing someone is a nice guy if they're going to then berate their boss, right? I have trouble believing someone's just a nice guy who doesn't like analytics if he's going to go on a podcast and basically cry like he's an entitled little brat. I have trouble believing someone is a nice guy who likes to speak his mind if when he speaks his mind, he comes off as like a seriously obtuse, immature jerk. And so I think the problem is not that Castellanos is a guy who hates analytics or speaks his mind. I think the problem is that Castellanos doesn't understand that the Phillies did a lot for him and he never showed appreciation for it. Phil chimes in on the Whitehorse RV text board at 609-403-0973. He says they've been watching the Hockey Olympics. Phil, I know that the U.S. won yesterday. I got to be honest. I'm having trouble keeping up with the hockey stuff. Like, the Olympics, like me and McGarry are kind of on the same page. It's so out of sight, out of mind. It's, unless you're overtly looking for it, it's not like, I know coming up at 7 o'clock is this game. One of the problems I've always had with the Olympics, and it was a lot easier for me to follow when I was younger, when I was not a guy working 60 to 70 hours a week, when I had more of a 9 to 5 type of schedule, is the fact that the Olympics used to be, I could be like, I know what time it's going to be on, I know when it's going to be on, I know how it's going to be on. And now it's like, I'm going through the channels. You got NBC, USA Network, I'm confused what even channel these games are on. I got snowboarding on right now. I don't even know if I should be watching this. It's just something to have on the studio for me. All right, coming up, Nick Earnshaw, another edition of Nick's Nuggets, joining us here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Plus, don't forget Charlotte Varnes from The Athletic will join us coming up at 3:30. Adam Kaplan from football at 4. Keith Smith talks Sixers and NBA coming up at 5 p.m. And your guys' text, the White Horse RV Text Award. It's a happy hour Friday. What are you guys drinking this weekend? Are you coming down to Mike's Seafood Road Walk for Autism to see me tomorrow? Let me know. 609-403-0973.
Home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, 97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill. Happy Hour Friday on 97.3 ESPN. Well, we already got one happy hour recommendation coming in. Robbie from Little Egg Harbor. He's got his. He submitted to the text board, the White Horse RV text board at 609-403-0973. Nick Earnshaw is going to join us in just a minute for today's edition of Nick's Nuggets. Don't forget this hour of the Sports Bash being brought to you by Broadleys Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Broadleys is your trusted source for heating, plumbing, installation for generations. Service and maintenance. Call them at 609-390-3907 or visit them online at broadleys.net. So before we get into Nick's Nuggets, I got to tell Nick Earnshaw, I do have a topic to discuss with him. And it is probably the most first world issue anyone will ever hear me have anything to say about. First of all, Nick, I see you're decked out in your Philadelphia Union stuff. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Yes, I have my custom jersey on today, so it has my last name on it. Shout out to the Union for the jersey.
So, and I'm only going to bring it up once, but maybe you, me, Nick, and maybe two other people actually understand the problem. So,
okay.
If anybody's watching me on the YouTube stream at 973 ESPN or on X, right, you see that I'm wearing a white set of headphones. Now, historically, my headphones are actually like a blue and gray.
Okay.
Well,
yes.
The one ear set just stopped working this week. And so now I'm listening through these headphones the last 2 days. And I got to tell you, Nick, I can't tell if there's something wrong with these headphones or if I just need to go to the ENT doctor and get my ears cleaned. Because, like, I don't even understand, like, if I'm even hearing things properly in terms of, like, auditory levels right now.
So are they the ones with, like, kind of like the monster type of logo skull on the
skull
side?
candy, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I've used them. So there has been a time. I'll give a quick behind the scenes, pull the curtain back, Josh Hennig, of the locker room. There was one day, I don't know, maybe a year ago or so. I forgot my headphones. I have two pairs of headphones. I have a Sony pair and my old Beats. My Beats are from when I was like a little kid, when I was like 12 in middle school. So I'd been using them for different projects, etc. At my other job. Whatever, left them there, left in my office, whatever it may be. So I had to use the headsets you are wearing. I had found them at like the bottom of the barrel somewhere in that station. I don't even know where I found it. One of the cabinets, I was like tearing apart. I'm like, oh my God, I need headphones. I don't have them. I went in my bag, like, oh, they're not there. So they look like the ones you might get like at Rite Aid or something like that, or like Walgreens next door. Like those are like, it felt like where they came from. They hurt my ears, the ones you are wearing. They kind of press against your ears. So I hear where you're coming from.
Yeah, so now I could always try the other Billy Schweim headsets that are over there. My only thing. What's that?
Why don't you do that? They're like newer.
I mean, I'll probably do that in the next commercial break.
I would make the switch. Yeah, you got to. You got to switch it over.
Make the switch. What is this? A phone commercial? Make the switch now.
You got to switch it over. Because like dude, they hurt my ears. I know the ones you're wearing. I've worn them one time. And I was like, never again. Never again. Now, Mike Gill will never wear the type of headphones we wear. He will never wear them. He will wear our famous world traveler who sent me pictures of the pyramids today. Just a wild life he lives. He only wears like the normal like headphones that you see, like AirPods, but with like, the string.
Yeah. So well, first of all, he wears it in one ear. So
yeah, right.
See, I can't wear the earbuds because of my own ear issues. So I'm an over the ear guy. I've always been an over the ear guy. By the way, how about Mike Gill sending you pictures? He hasn't even talked to me since he left.
Oh man, he big timed you. He big timed you.
He does it a lot.
I sent him a text first, so I will admit I did send him a text first. I said, "You land yet? It's been like a day." It's been a day. Where's you going across the world? Did you land?
Enough of all the other shenanigans. What do we got on today's edition of the Nuggets?
All right. So, I mean, yesterday we got to react to the Instagram post of Nick Castellanos and the announcement that he got released, right? We did not get to react because it came out right after, and I was sending you bits and pieces of it. I had posted a piece out myself, the Matt Gelb article regarding Nick Castellanos.
Right.
There was a few nuggets that I took away from that. It feels like Nick Castellanos with me, and I'll start here just to preface the whole thing. Nick Castellanos to me feels like the coworker that is just a pain in the you know what. Okay, he thinks he's great. He thinks he's better than he actually is. He thinks he deserves more. Blah blah blah. That's what it seems like Nick Castellanos is. However, you'll have a beer with him, right? There's those pictures floating around of him with all the teammates at these functions and these dinners, etc. And people are like, well, he's hanging out with all his teammates. Yeah, I mean, he took Otto Kemp in. He took, I think it was Weston Wilson in to live at his house. He will do good deeds. Deep down, he's a good person. But as a coworker and as a teammate, he thinks he's better than he actually is. And he thinks he deserves more than he actually deserves.
Let me interrupt you because, and I asked this question in the last hour, and I'll ask it to you, okay? Now, listen, I asked this question in part because it has become very apparent to me that over the last couple of years, everything I learned about Castellanos, him and I are extremely different people, okay? So, I don't understand how you can say he's a nice guy, but then he also be as completely lack of self-awareness, obtuse, belligerent, immature brat that he is. The whole story about him and his son taking batting practice and Real Muto having to wait forever to get batting practice for a postseason game. It's things like that where to me, it's are you really a nice guy or do you just do nice gestures? I feel like
you know what? You might be right there. The gesture thing might be the right way to describe it. He does he'll pull that out of his hat. Oh, he'll let Otto Kemp stay with him, for a little while. He'll let Weston Wilson stay with him. That's cool. That's good stuff right there. But then it's dude, you have a speaker by yourself after a loss. But you went 3 for 4 that night.
Right, but you had a good game.
And he feels like one of those guys you just roll your eyes. You're yeah, there he goes.
Well, the other thing was they take the quote in the article from the Mookie Betts pod, right?
Yeah.
Where Castellanos says, I remember everything. I never forget anything. And I take things personal, right? And it's well, Nick, if you remember everything, why don't you remember that Rob Thompson let you play 162 games?
By the way, after the benching, he played 30 straight. So,
right.
You know what I mean? After he brought the beer into the clubhouse, and it wasn't the beer. There was more said than the beer that we're being led to believe. So it wasn't just the beer, man. If it were just the beer, I mean, we're just a soft society. I know he's not allowed to bring it in there, but give me a break. That they were all up in arms over him.
Well,
bringing a beer in there.
Remember, if it was just a beer, he probably would not have been suspended. That Phillies basically come out and said that it was what he said to Rob Thompson, how he treated the manager, and then frankly, it seems like the locker room just distanced themselves from him, according to the Athletic article. And to me, that comes off as a guy who, how about the part of the story, and this isn't the first time, Matt Gelb is the first person I've seen write this.
Yeah.
The fact that he thinks he's a star. That he thinks he's a star player. And it's bro, you're not even a top 5 player on your team.
Yeah, he was signed like a star player. The only person who would give him a contract like that was Dave Nabrowski, what we learned. He didn't want to be here. He didn't want to be here one bit. He told his agent to go try and find someone else who would try and offer him the lucrative deal that the Phillies offered him. He wanted to be in Miami, but they wouldn't give it to him. And he got generational money from the Phillies. They were the only team that would offer him that much money. And here he is. He didn't want to be here in the first place. So sayonara, Nick. You didn't want to be here at all anyway. And listen, did we have some good moments with Castellanos? Sure. The Atlanta series, That was unbelievable. That was one of the most fun things I've ever watched on a baseball field happen, and watching his at-bats in that series, hitting a home run after home run after home run. It was awesome, okay? He had some moments. He had some big catches in the 22 run, too. I'm not taking that away from him at all. But for a majority of the time, he was awful to watch. Defensively, one of the worst in baseball, okay? He has not been a great right fielder whatsoever. And how many people made the joke of, just throw a low and away slider. You'll get him out every single time. Everyone knew what was coming, and he still couldn't hit it. So, like, he's just an odd guy overall. That's what he is. You always have one of these knuckleheads in your clubhouse. You know, this happens all of the time. But the way he went about things was just totally, totally, totally wrong. And, you know, Nick, it doesn't seem like many teams really wanted you anyway. I know John Heyman put out a report that there's going to be teams interested in him, and someone will take a flyer on the guy, but because he has it in him to have a successful, stretch here and there. But overall, what he did with the shenanigans and the clubhouse stuff, and you have 12. Remember, the number was 12 players and coaches total that spoke anonymously to Matt Gelb about this entire situation. So to have 12 guys come out against you, that's a lot.
Really quick, I am just curious before we move on. Was one of the guys who spoke to Matt Gelb also the teammate that alerted Castellanos that the article was coming out?
Right. I want to know who tipped them off on the article there, because it was like
who's the one friend that Castellanos still has in the locker room? Yeah,
Listen, and I didn't think Schwarber talked to the media today. It wasn't really a glowing review of the guy. He kind of just kept saying it is what it is over and over and over again with him being released.
Listen, and I love that from Schwarber because of the fact that Schwarber's my kind of guy. Okay, yes. Schwarber has self-awareness. He understands the city that he plays in. He embraces his, the role that he has been asked to do. And I think that he looks around at a guy like Castellanos, whether he wants to admit it or not. He probably looks at Castellanos the same way I do. Be like, dude, like, what is up with you? Like, I don't get you. Like, and like you said, Nick, we all have that friend that we never want to work with, and Castellanos is that guy. You know what? I'm happy the Adolis Garcia era starts today.
Bring some positive vibes, some energy, hopefully some base hits too. I need a couple base hits in there. All the other stuff, great. We have a vibes guy in Stubbs. We need some base hits in there too.
We need more vibes guys. No, we need more vibe guys. After Castellanos' misery.
Yeah, the whole story was ridiculous. And I put out the excerpt. I took a screenshot, posted it to Twitter from the article about the disdain. The keyword disdain that Castellanos had for Rob Thompson and Kevin Long. He didn't respect them because they didn't play in the major leagues. I mean, come on. That's like Ryan Clark levels of dumb. I mean, Ryan Clark, remember what Ryan Clark said when he said it right to Peter Schrager's face? He had to apologize later for that. Like, that's the type of mentality that Castellanos...
But the difference is Ryan Clark apologized. Nick Castellanos...
He will not apologize.
Will never apologize.
Yeah, but that's the first thing I thought of when I saw that. It's like, you need different perspectives, man. And, like, not every coach was a great player. Sometimes they're meant to be a coach more than a player, okay? Like, I thought that was ridiculous. Because all the amount of props that Thompson gets, and you can criticize him all you want, Kevin Long as well. They're more than open to criticism. But to not respect them because they didn't play in the majors, I mean, that's a joke. Come on, Casty.
All right, what else you got for Nuggets today?
All right, nugget number 2. We got to go here. The Eagles, they made a hire, okay? They are hiring Bills Nichols coach Mike Pellegrino as the defensive backs coach heading into this season. Remember, Christian Parker left the Philadelphia Eagles, and he was widely regarded as a huge success in helping develop guys like Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell, Coach Darius Slay, a multitude of corners and defensive backs over the course of the past couple of years with the Philadelphia Eagles. Now, Pellegrino, he worked for the Patriots for 10 seasons. He also worked for them for 6 years as well as a cornerbacks coach. And he coached Stephon Gilmore, Christian Gonzalez, multiple big names. So it's being reported that this is like a very good hire for the Philadelphia Eagles and a solid replacement to help that cornerback room. Remember, they're still young corners. You got Coop, you got Quinyon. You need to keep that secondary going because that's a big reason why they won a Super Bowl just a couple of years ago.
So Pellegrino, do you know his story?
I know a little bit of him when I was doing a little deep dive for the Nuggets today.
So,
He was like,
well-
wasn't he like in lacrosse or something?
Right. So he was actually, his story is brought up a little bit in the Belichick biography by Ian O'Connor because of the fact that Pellegrino was not a football player. He was a star lacrosse player at Johns Hopkins. He was apparently like one of like the best All-Americans of the 21st century, basically. And for those who don't know, Bill Belichick is like a diehard lacrosse fan. Like he is a huge lacrosse guy.
Right.
And so he basically like discovered Pellegrino and brought him in as an intern. I think it was like 11, 12 years ago.
Yeah.
And the guy basically was so impressive to Belichick, the way he like took on information and how he's able to, how like his work ethic, basically he earned promotions to the point where by the way, he was on the coaching staff that won that Super Bowl where like nobody scored. The Patriots versus the Rams.
Right.
He was on the coaching staff when the Patriots lost to the Eagles. So he worked his way up from being no football at all to being a Bill Belichick guy.
And
so
he's relatively young. And he's still relatively young.
Yeah,
he's like
I think
he's
like
30s.
30. Yeah, I think he's like 33 years old. But the larger point, though, is that like this is a very unique hire for the Eagles because you're hiring a guy who's a Belichick guy.
Yeah.
When was the last time you could like the Eagles have hired numerous Andy Reid guys, Sirianni guys, Dougie P guys, Frank Reich guys. But this is the first time we've hired like a true through and through Belichick guy.
Yeah. And you need to hire that spot correctly because you still have young corners in Coop, in Quignon. And I'm glad you gave the background because I had seen that, like I mentioned, like he had played lacrosse and like it was I didn't know how big a deal it was. So that you threw in a nugget for me there. Like I didn't know how big of a deal like he was in lacrosse. I knew he played. But this is an interesting hire, and you wonder how much he develops these players in the secondary and who they draft because what happens to Reed Blankenship, right? Sidney Brown, what does he look like going forward? Andrew Makuba. These guys need to be developed. They're very, very young, especially at the safety position too. So I'm very curious to see over the next like year, 2 years, how some of these young players develop with no Christian Parker. Now you bring in Pellegrino. This is going to be fascinating to see. Hopefully, you want to hope it works out, but he's a Belichick guy, like you mentioned.
Also, he's a fellow, as McAfee would say, a fellow paisan for Sirianni's staff.
Sounds about right. That sounds about right, to say the least. All right, final nugget. I had this yesterday, but I know we got all the Castellanos stuff yesterday, so I saved it. So another coaching change. I don't know if you knew this. You probably do because you know everything. Yeah, you're a human encyclopedia, Mr. Hennig. So I don't know.
Some people would disagree with you about that. By the way,
I don't know if you saw the Chiefs. They are hiring an interesting running backs coach. You know who that coach is? DeMarco Murray. I had no idea that he was coaching at Oklahoma over the past couple of years as their running backs coach. Andy Reid, who he never played for, he played for Chip. He played for Chip when he was with the Eagles. He didn't play for Andy Reid during the Eagles' time. He only played for Chip during that unbelievable year. Oh, what a year it was with Chip Kelly. He will be a running back coach under Andy Reid. I had no idea DeMarco Murray made the switch to coaching. Had no clue until I saw this yesterday.
So the DeMarco Murray story is another one of those did you know situations.
Yes.
He actually got his start. So you may or may not remember, okay? You remember Kevin Sumlin?
Yes.
He was the coach of Johnny Manziel at Texas A&M.
Yeah, Texas A&M. Yep.
Well, Texas A&M fired him. He went to University of Arizona.
Okay.
And he gave Murray his first coaching job at Arizona. Well, when they blew out the entire coaching staff at Arizona, that's when he went and joined the Oklahoma Sooners. And for those who are wondering, well, okay, former player, coach, who cares? Here's why you should care. Ramondre Stevenson, Kennedy Brooks, he has coached NFL players at the college level. And so now he's going to go to Kansas City. I find this hire fascinating as well because, you remember they brought back Eric Bieniemy to be the offensive coordinator. Well, what is Bieniemy's background? former running back. Now you bring in another former running back to be the running backs coach. It kind of feels like the Chiefs kind of maybe giving the game plan away next year, Nick, which is, hey, with Mahomes coming back from injury, we're gonna run the ball. We're gonna go a little old school.
Yeah.
We're gonna smash him in the mouth, which is weird for Andy because Andy's a pass first guy.
Yeah. Big play guy going down the field. Let Mahomes sling it, man. Like that's what you usually expect. And now they're hiring DeMarco Murray. They're bringing Bieniemy back.
By the way, speaking
Smashing
of the
out
Chiefs,
football.
have you noticed something has not happened yet this offseason?
What is that?
It's February 13th.
Mm-hmm. It's today is Friday the 13th, by the way.
It's Friday the 13th. We haven't heard any news about Travis Kelce yet, have we?
No, that's right. He's kind of kept it on the DL.
He's kind of just been around going about his business, you know?
Yep.
I'm kind of wondering how long into this offseason does he go until he finally makes that announcement?
When's the wedding? When's the wedding?
I actually don't know when the wedding is.
It's this year, right? Is it this year?
It's supposed to be this year, yeah. But
maybe after the wedding?
I'm not enough of a Swiftie to know exactly when
Neither
the
am
wedding
I.
is supposed to be. I mean, I know Travis has not talked about the wedding on his podcast.
Right.
So, I know that he was on Kylie Kelsey's podcast.
She was on my
week.
flight, by the way, back from Radio Row.
Did you talk to her?
No.
Did
It
you
was too
know?
tired.
So Kylie Kelsey, here's a nugget for you before I let you go. Kylie Kelsey was in college at the same time as our own Kevin Durso.
Wow. How about that? Cabrini, right?
Yes.
Yep. There you go. That's a nugget. That is a nugget. Love Durso.
You should have talked to Kylie. You should have pulled a Mike Gill and used some Josh information.
I'll tell you what. I was very, very tired. That flight I barely remember because I was like in and out, falling asleep. Those red eyes,
really?
man.
One of those.
I watched like 2 episodes of Entourage on my phone and like started falling asleep.
Now, really quick, are you typically asleep on an airplane flight, guy? Or was this an exception?
Well, here's the thing. I didn't fall asleep the entire time. I kept dozing off and waking up. Dozing off, waking up. It was awful. Awful.
So you were like delirious.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely delirious. And I might have had a couple adult beverages before jumping on the aircraft.
To kind of calm the nerves?
Yes. And then we flew into snow, and I was like, oh, we're back. Back. I'm awake.
Well, hopefully you get some sleep tonight, and then tomorrow you'll be in here with Billy Schweim in the locker room.
Yes, hopefully I remember my headphones, because I'm not using the ones you're using right now. No way.
I would recommend them. I'm getting a headache right now, actually, the more we talk. And by the way, I'll inform you on the radio, because if you didn't already know, I'll be at Mike's Seafood Run Walk for Autism tomorrow in Seattle City. We'll be checking in a couple times during Billy's show, and then Hanging with Hennig will be live from Seattle City's Excursion Park, 12 to 3 p.m. Because, Nick, any day you can do something with children with disabilities, it is a good day.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to listening to that following the Schweiner show tomorrow. I got to call him. I got to do my Friday call to him in just a few minutes. So looking forward to all the Saturday festivities we got going on tomorrow.
Well, I can confirm Billy got me everything in a very timely manner today. So Billy,
good for you. He's on time.
So Billy is on. He's back in the saddle. He's back in his regular routine.
Getting into it.
It should be a good weekend for the locker room with Billy Schwein here on 97.3 ESPN.
I love it. All right, Josh. I'll talk to you tomorrow. All right.
Nikki Earnshaw, of course, Knicks Nuggets every day on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash. We're going to continue the Phillies conversation coming back with Charlotte Varnes from The Athletic. She will join us to get more into the full circle. She was there. She was in the building when the Nick Castellanos incident happened last summer. And now 7 months later, what is her perspective on now Nick Castellanos' saga being over? Charlotte Varnes from The Athletic joins us next. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill
And it just keeps getting better.
on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Hennig, filling for Mike Gill here in a happy hour Friday edition of the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, the 3 o'clock hour of the Sports Bash being brought to you by Broadleys Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Broadleys is your trusted source for heating and plumbing service and installation for generations. Give them a call at 609-390-3907 or visit them online at broadleys.net. 7 months ago was the first time that the 97.3 ESPN audience was introduced to our next guest. And not under probably the circumstances that everybody would have liked to. Charlotte Barnes, who's been covering the Phillies for The Athletic, joined us 7 months ago because she was one of the few people who traveled with the team to Miami for the Phillies versus Marlins series. And now 7 months later, we are now on the back end of the Nick Castellanos drama. We'll get her perspective on it, as well as what is next for the Phillies, who are now in spring training. And Charlotte Barnes from The Athletic joins us right now on 97.3 ESPN. Charlotte, welcome back in. How you doing today?
I'm good. How are you? Thanks for having me.
I appreciate you jumping on. So, like I was saying, like it feels almost surreal that we are now finally on the back end of the Castellanos saga. So for you, obviously, you guys have been doing a lot of coverage at the Athletic. Your partner, Matt Gelb over there, he did a great article that dropped yesterday. For you, is there a bit of like is it almost like a whirlwind that like for the last 7 months with the Castellanos stuff, is it a part of you that looks at it and you're just like almost like surprised it got to this point? Like, what is your perspective on all of it?
Yeah, I think the biggest surprise to me is how long this all took. I understand the Phillies were looking to move his contract. I think for a bit they thought they were going to find a taker, and they ended up not finding a taker, which is why they released him this week. I would say it's not a great look for the team to have essentially stated from the beginning of the offseason that he's not going to be with their team next season, and then to wait to release him until pitchers and catchers reported and we're all here in Clearwater. But yeah, I would say obviously it was not a surprise that they released Nick. Things obviously were boiling over toward the end of last season. Matt captured a lot of that in his article. I mean, beyond what happened in Miami, you can look at the confrontation he had with reporters in Arizona as another moment. A lot of his teammates spoke to Matt for the story and other team sources. So, yeah, I mean, I think just the biggest surprise was how long this took.
And when you talk about how long it took, if I can just, follow up about that, which is when you think about, where we were at the end of last season in October, like for you, did you have like an expectation of like, oh, this might get done by like December or January? Like, is that what you were thinking about when you talk about how long it took? Or how much do you maybe think that Matt's article maybe help push this to the finish line?
At the beginning of the offseason, I definitely thought it was going to happen then, because it was pretty clear from the start that was their intent. I sort of understand why it unfolded the way it did, because I think the Phillies were just waiting for the market to play out and see, like, hey, who wants an outfielder for really cheap? And someone's still going to get an outfielder for really cheap wherever he signs. It's just the Phillies are going to be paying most of his salary with it, which is unfortunate. But I would not give Matt's story. He'd obviously been working on it for a long time. I talked to a lot of people. I don't know that it's necessarily what pushed this over the finish line. Dave told us earlier this week they really, really wanted this done by the end of the week, which I obviously position players report next week. I think they just wanted it totally done, and there would not be questions about him not reporting next week. So I think this was kind of the Phillies' intent of the past week, was to get this done before position players reported.
Yeah, the only reason why I asked that question that way is because Castellanos inferred in his Instagram post that, someone alerted him the article was coming out. He wanted to get out ahead of it. So I was just wondering, if he was alerted, maybe someone else was alerted. You know what I mean? That kind of vibe.
Yeah. I mean, people, Matt, of course, has to ask multiple people for comment, like Nick and his agent. But no, I agree with you. That is what Nick was getting at his letter, but don't necessarily think that's the full story.
Gotcha. Charlotte Barnes from The Athletic joining us here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill on Happy Hour Friday on 97.3 ESPN. And Charlotte, down in spring training, no Nick Castellanos. We are now in the Adolis Garcia era for the Phillies in right field. What is a realistic expectation for Garcia this season? Because I know for me, I'm actually excited that he's here. I think that he might be a kind of guy that people might not realize what he's bringing to the table.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he had a great 2023. I mean, that comes to mind when you think of Adolis Garcia. And if they can get him back to what he was, or even just a shell of what he was, I think it would be an improvement. I don't know. The Phillies are really making a bet here. Is he going to be better than Castellanos? Like, for sure as a defender. I think replacing Nick with just about anyone is an improvement in right field. I think he will be great in that aspect. I think at the plate, I do give Kevin Long a lot of credit because he's had success with hitters like Garcia who are a little chase happy. I don't know that anyone he's worked with has necessarily had as difficult to go as Garcia had last season. So this is definitely a real challenge for Kevin Long, but I think he's one of the best hitting coaches in the game. So I think if Kevin is able to unlock that in Garcia, or like I said, even to become a shell of what he once was, definitely an improvement both defensively and offensively.
I'm glad you brought up Kevin Long because my mind always goes to the acquisition of Brandon Marsh a few years ago when, a lot of people looked at Marsh as kind of I don't want to say he was a failed prospect with the Angels, but he was a guy who had underachieved with the Angels. And now he's come to Philadelphia. And I think anyone with two eyeballs knows that Brandon Marsh has been a much better Philly than he was an Angel. So to me, it's like if he could do that with Brandon Marsh, I don't see why what the Phillies are going to do with Garcia this year, can't be something similar, right?
Yeah, I'd agree with you. And I think what Garcia achieved in 2023 is definitely more than what Brandon has necessarily achieved in a season offensively. So if they can get him, again, any semblance of what he was, I think it's a huge gain and an expensive gamble for the Phillies.
Speaking of, realistic expectations, you obviously have the big three young players in spring training. I completely inverted that wording, but you know what I was trying to say, which is, you had Aiden Miller down there, Andrew Painter, Justin Crawford, and a lot of Philly fans are excited, Charlotte, because we've been hearing about these guys for years now. And for me, I want to know for you, what is a realistic expectation of these young guys? Because a lot of people are already penciling Painter in as a rotation starter. A lot of people are already, penciling Justin Crawford in center field. A lot of people are already looking at Aiden Miller as the future in the infield. So, what is a realistic expectation that Philly fans need to know about these three young studs?
Yeah, I think Justin is definitely going to be a bit of a pest offensively. I mean, he knows how to work an at-bat. It's not necessarily going to be pretty. It's going to be a lot of balls on the ground, but he is so fast. He can outrun practically anything. So I think it's just going to be a different offensive game than we're accustomed to seeing in MLB now, especially, with the Phillies right now. It's been a long time since players who play like Justin have sort of dominated the game. Defensively, he doubled down on his work. I had a story recently. He worked with Eric Davis this offseason, was connected through his godfather, because Justin really wants to play center field. And ultimately, that's what the Phillies have decided where he's going to play. So I think the center field is still a work in progress. I mean, he knows that. The team knows that. It might not be perfect necessarily at first, but he's going to see a lot of reps in these Grapefruit League games, especially with players leaving for the World Baseball Classic. I think he's going to get a lot of work here. Feels a lot more confident after what he did this winter. So I think the center field is going to get there. It just might take a little bit. As for Painter, I covered a few of his starts last season. It was pretty up and down for him, I would say. Command is often the last thing to return after Tommy John. That's been the case with him. It was just a little iffy last season, but everyone's pretty optimistic right now. I mean, they've pretty much all but said that he is going to be the fifth starter in the rotation. I mean, they've said he has to earn it. But as long as he performs right now, he is going to be that fifth starter. Today, he actually threw a bullpen, and Rob Thompson was pretty happy about how it went. Obviously, we are so early into spring. It's going to be a while before he gets some game action. But I do think as long as he shows a bit of improvement, the command shows that it's coming along, the Phillies feel pretty good, and everyone's optimistic that he is going to get back toward where he was. The stuff is there. The fastball just needs to return to where it was. I'm sure everyone is hoping that the velocity will tick back up to where it was. And as for Miller, I'm really excited to watch him this spring. I've never seen him play in a game. He actually today was doing some work with Larry Boa and Bobby Dickerson out on the half field. I saw him taking reps at second, actually, which that's not going to be where he gets the most of his time this spring. But I'm really curious to see how he acclimates to third base. They're still going to play him at shortstop, but I think third base is the biggest area of need the Phillies have. But I think he's going to force the Phillies to make some hard decisions this year. He was just a pest on the bases last year. He's super fast. He has hit at every level. His struggles have not been super prolonged. So I'm really curious to see what his spring looks like, how his AAA season starts next year, because I presume that's where he's going to start unless there's an injury. And if he performs really well, he could force the Phillies to make some pretty difficult decisions this summer about calling him up and what might happen if they did that.
Couple more for Charlotte Barnes from The Athletic covering the Phillies. Joining us here on the Sports Bash, Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill on Happy Hour Friday on 97.3 ESPN. As we mentioned, Phillies are down in spring training in Charlotte. Part of the reason why I also asked about the three guys is because I love what the Phillies did. I know some people might downplay it, but I love the idea that they strategically put all three of those guys' lockers in between other veterans. So now you're taking Aiden Miller and Justin Crawford and Andrew Painter, and you're saying, I'm putting you directly next to the veterans, the Schwerbers, the Harpers, the Aaron Nolls. I think this is a huge deal for these young guys, not leaving them isolated as a group and saying, we are going to have the veterans work with you, and for the veteran players to be open to that as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of just a statement that they are going to make an impact on this team, because often the lockers are numerical. And Justin is 80 and Miller is 81. And despite that, they're right in the thick of everything. They're not back tucked away in the corner. I think it shows that the team really wants them around these veterans to help them mentor these players, but also to recognize that they're one of them. They're going to make their major league debut sometime soon. So, yeah, I'd agree with you. I think it's pretty cool. It shows kind of that they've all grown up and the Phillies trust them with the club's future.
Speaking of the future, Charlotte, obviously short term, we're not going to see Zach Wheeler opening day for the Phillies. He will be joining the team at some point this year. I know Dave Dombrowski earlier this week mentioned the idea that, they are still keeping an eye out on pitching. Is there potentially another addition coming for this pitching staff, or do you believe that the Phillies, as currently constituted in spring training, is going to be in some form or another what we see opening day?
I think this is going to be what you see opening day. I think the sense I've gotten is they're a little bit worried about the AAA starting depth, because if you have another injury, it's sort of, well, who's the number 5 starter? I mean, they have options in AAA. Tucker Davidson can start. Bryce Wilson can start. If they really, I don't think the Phillies would do this, but Brad Keller could start. He was mostly a starter in the past before he converted to a reliever. So they have options. They're not necessarily options that they love. So I think they're looking to create a little more competition in the AAA rotation and create a little more depth, so that if someone does go down with a significant injury and has to miss a lot of time, then they're backed up. But I wouldn't see them going and getting any of the big name free agent starting pitchers that are left.
For more Phillies coverage, go check out The Athletic. Charlotte Barnes, Matt Gelb, the whole team over there. They do a great job of covering the Phillies. And if you're not a subscriber to The Athletic, well, be like me, and you should be a subscriber to The Athletic for all of your Phillies coverage. Charlotte, great stuff today. Appreciate you jumping on.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. We'll get back to the text board on the other side, 609-403-0973. We'll check in on the White Horse RV text board next on 97.3 ESPN.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
Coming up in about 10 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Adam Kaplan for today's edition of Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. We will review with Adam the entirety of the NFC East hires. You heard about Pellegrino being the new quarterback coach a little bit earlier. Get back to the Whitehorse RV text board. Whitehorse RV Center in Williamstown and Galloway. Your RV adventure starts here at Whitehorse RV. 609-403-0973. A couple of texts that have been coming in throughout the show. Glenn from Northfield says, do you think that this late release of Castellanos is a distraction from the media covering the young guys at the beginning of spring training? The only things we've heard was locker position. I don't think it's a distraction in what you're referring to, Glenn in Northfield. I think it's a little bit different. I think it is with the young guys. I think that the release of Castellanos, when they did it, was to prevent it from happening any longer. You heard my slight conspiracy theory when I talked to Charlotte there, that I think that the Matt Gelb article coming out might have maybe pushed this along. Dave Dombrowski said earlier this week that they were going to release him or do something with him anyway this week. So I think that once they realized that they couldn't get a trade for him, that's when they turned around. They're like, all right, we'll just unload him. I think the reason why it took so long was because they were legitimately trying to trade him. I think they were really trying to save money on the luxury tax, and when it didn't work out, they just kind of washed their hands of it. Phyllis in Dennis Township chimes in at 609-403-0973. Phyllis says, Josh, the USA figure skating is exceptional this year. Today is the men's free skate for the goal. If you haven't seen Ilya Malinin, he's a must-watch. It should be on prime time tonight. Well, I do have the free skate on, but I got to admit, I'm been a little busy actually doing the show. But I will, thank you, Phyllis. I will check that out later today. It's Phyllis in Dennis Township. Jeff in Summers Point chimes in. He says, Josh, did you know that Todd Pinkston was the running backs coach for Kansas City for the last 3 years? That is pretty funny, Jeff at Summers Point. What is Todd Pinkston going to teach someone about being a running back? I mean, come on, man. What is he going to teach? That's poor. Just poor. Couple more texts coming in. 69403-0973. I know Jeff from Ocean City throw out there another happy hour Friday recommendation. I'm going to compile all the happy hour recommendations throughout the show, and we'll get to them a little bit later because it's going to be a good weekend. You know, there's going to be a nice day tomorrow. Tomorrow's Mike Seafood Run Walk for Autism in Sea Isle City. Remember, you can still register at MikeSeafoodRunWalkForAutism.com. I will be down there with 97.3 ESPN, getting you ready for the big event. And don't forget, even if you're not part of the run walk tomorrow at 12 o'clock, if you're not going to pre-register online, you can still register the day of. You do check-ins after 10 o'clock. But you don't have to run walk to contribute. You can get involved in the raffle for Phillies, Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers tickets. You just come on down to Excursion Park in Sea Isle City, and you can still contribute to the great fundraiser tomorrow, because any day you can do something with children with disabilities. It is, for sure, a good day. Coming up on the other side, Football at 4 with Adam Kaplan and the guys from the Inside the Birds podcast. I want to get a closer look at what is the NFC East going to look like next year. Football at 4 next. Josh Hennig, filling for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. From Mike's Seafood Run Walk for Autism, as we raise money for a great cause at Excursion Park in Sea Isle City. Hanging with Hennig, 12 to 3 p.m. on 97.3 ESPN. Talking Eagles NFL offseason with Sporting News NFL writer Andy McNamara. Presented by Boxing Insider Promotions, returning to Tropicana Showroom in Atlantic City on Saturday, March 7th. Sixers and NBA talk at the All-Star break with NBA insider Brendan Scoopy Robinson. Presented by Zia Nicola Pizza. Located at 43rd Street and the Promenade, the best pizza in Sea Isle City. And we will discuss the top Phillies storylines as the team reports to spring training thanks to Prevail Nutrition, South Jersey's best meal prep service, delivering to Atlantic and Cumberland counties plus Ocean City. So join me this Saturday at Mike's Seafood Run Walk for Autism as we raise money for a great cause at Excursion Park in Seattle City. Hang with Hennig, Saturday 12 to 3 p.m. on 97.3 ESPN FM. Streaming live on YouTube and X.
South Jersey's official play-by-play home of the Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers.
At 0 point would I ever consider not being a fan of the team.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash Happy Hour Friday edition on 97.3 ESPN. Yes, football at 4. It's time. Being brought to you as always by the Ocean Casino Resort, the Fanatics Sportsbook, the place to be, not just for football season, but for pro and college basketball, the Olympics, the upcoming baseball season, UFC fights, and more. So go to the Ocean, go to Fanatics Sportsbook, go for the win. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Adam Kaplan joins us as promised here on a Friday edition of the Sports Bash. As Adam, it is not just the Eagles who have been dealing with some coaching changes. It's the entire NFC East, I should say. How you doing today?
Good to talk to you, Josh. Yeah, it's really, you know what's interesting? Every team made at least one coordinator change. We're talking about offense and defense, not just special teams. So, yeah, there's been a ton of change in the NFC East on coaching staff. So let's get started because we want to bring people up to date what to expect. It's not just regurgitating. We don't do that. We give you an insight about what's actually to expect. So let's go to Washington. Let's go to the Commandos. And David Blau is the OC now. Kind of like the Eagles are dealing with their situation at offense coordinator with Sean Mannion. Blau has only coached for 2 years. But the difference is he's never run a room on his own. So he's very inexperienced. He stopped playing after the 23 season. When I say stopped playing, he was a third-string quarterback, really. He had a little bit of playing time. But Blau's really smart. He's a young guy. He's actually 30 or 31 years old. He's actually younger than Sean Mannion. And my understanding here was that there were a couple things. So with the situation with Cliff Kingsbury, who was let go, he and the head coach Dan Quinn did not see eye to eye on the direction of the offense. Their running game is surprisingly very good. That was surprising, but I don't get the feeling, talking to people close to the situation, that Quinn was very comfortable with some of the way that the game was called and the way they just didn't see the game eye to eye on the function of the offense. So he was let go. He's now going to be an offensive consultant for the Rams. And they were also concerned, Josh, that Blau might go to Chicago with Ben Johnson or somewhere else. So they said, you know what? Let's promote him. We won't hire from the outside. Let's promote him. We got to help him along a little bit. But David Blau is a first-time play caller, and he's going to run a little bit for what he knows about the Ben Johnson concepts because he was with them as a player.
Really quick, before we get too far down the line, how much did Blau, being a former quarterback, maybe be involved in this hire? Because we know Kingsbury also is a former quarterback.
Yeah, Kingsbury was drafted by the Patriots. Belichick actually loved him, by the way. In fact, he tried to get him on his staff a couple times. It just didn't work out. But it's just more because they think he's super smart. Now, one little nugget for you, in addition to what we just talked about. The thing with him is going to be command. He's very young. Again, he's very young in his coaching career, and you got to get buy-in. The quarterback, Daniels, I don't have a problem with that. It's just the other veterans around him, whether it's the tight ends or receivers, getting buy-in. But they all know being around him, he's very, very smart. And then defensively, Geronte Jones has been a defensive assistant for a number of years. This is the first time he's going to call defense. So what you're probably going to see is, he said they're going to be multiple, but that doesn't tell you anything. Every defense is multiple. Nobody plays a 34 every down. No one plays a 43 every down. They change the front. Dan Quinn runs a hybrid 43 front. That's what I think you're going to get. They had really just a terrible injury situation. The Commanders and Cardinals missed the most man games on defense this season. That's a lot of time. When you're missing, both edges were out. They missed most of the season. Their second-round corner, who played really well, Trey Amos, played really well until before he got hurt. He missed most of the season. They missed too many players in their secondary, but a lot of them are going to be back. And look, this is a team that was 14-3 2 seasons ago, and they were bad last season, mostly due to injury. So they're expecting to get things going here, and they're going to look completely different. It's kind of amazing to me, Josh, when you look at the Commandos. They shocked the world 2 years ago. They were 12-5 and 24, as you know, but they came out of the blue there. They just were a team that nobody saw come, doing what they did. And they had that great game where they bombed the Lions. They got by the Bucks. Then they lost, against the Eagles. They got smoked 55-23. But They're changing things over, but I know from talking to them, they really feel strongly that they've got their franchise quarterback.
Talking with Adam Kaplan, NFL Insider, Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com, at Kaplan NFL on the X platform. Joining us here on the Sports Bash, Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Well, Adam, while the Commanders are recalibrating after a disappointing season with injuries, the Dallas Cowboys are now hiring, I believe it's the third different defensive coordinator in the last 4 years?
Yeah, so it was Mike Zimmer. Didn't work out well for Zim running his 43 front. Then Matty Ruflus, he kept the 43 for 2 seasons. That was an absolute disaster. And, yeah, it's Christian Parker. Christian Parker, one of the best defensive back coaches in the National Football League. But you know what? That sounds great. The players like him. That doesn't mean he's going to be defensive coordinator, a good one. You don't know until you get there. That's a coaching note. It's the way coaches speak when they evaluate other coaches. It all sounds great, but the problem is they've been so undisciplined. They've got some bad football character guys where, not off the field mostly, it's guys playing hero ball, being coachable, doing things the way you're supposed to do it. I should know from talking to coaches of work there, it's not easy to coach guys in their defense. They're very talented, but the football character thing has gotten them so far, and that's why they're, as you just said, you're right, 3D coordinators in 4 years, and Parker is a first-time play caller. It all sounds great. We know he's very well respected, but until you've done it before, you haven't done it. But we'll see. We'll see if we can get them to play much more discipline on defense.
How much concern is there that we saw when Gannon left the Eagles, went to the Cardinals, guys like Josh Sweat and others went with him to Arizona? Is there any concern that the Eagles' current crop of free agents could follow Parker to Dallas?
Yeah, I mentioned this a week or so ago. I said, look, guys, don't be surprised because this happens with a lot of offensive defensive coordinators. When they get a new job, they want to bring in their guys, whether they coach them or they were on the side of their football that they were on, like guys like N'Kobe Dean, Reed Blankenship, super smart football players, would come in and start right away. There would be no debate. They would start. And don't forget, the Cowboys missed badly on Logan Wilson. They made that trade with the Bengals, and he got – so N'Kobe would be a starting middle linebacker. Now, the thing with Dallas is when you look at their safety position, they're with Malik Hooker, and Donovan Wilson's contract, I think, is up. So, yeah, I put that out there last week because I just felt strongly, knowing the way coaches think from talking to new coordinators over the years, they always want their guys who know the system. It's very important. It's almost like they could teach it because he's going to run Fangio, and you know what's coming. They're going to run we should mention this. The front's going to change. They've run a 43 mostly for a number of years. It's going to change right now, folks. So I'm interested because Parker's really a good coach. Can he get buy-in? Can he get better discipline? We'll see. If they do, they've underachieved for a number of years. It could be a much better defense.
And then the third team in the NFC East that has gone not just a one coordinator. This is a complete coaching staff overhaul. Is the New York Giants. Let's start with the former Eagle coach, John Harbaugh. People know about his success in Baltimore. Adam, what can we expect from Harbaugh with the Giants?
Yeah, so his coordinators both coached in Philly, Matt Nagy and Denard Wilson. Matt Nagy was with Harbs here in Philly before John became the Ravens head coach. Nagy's going to run more of a spread scheme. That when he took what he learned from Andy Reid and kind of changed some things up, and he also does well with quarterbacks in terms of he will coach hard. Patrick Mahomes' best season as a professional was in 2022, and Nagy was his quarterbacks coach. Nagy was incredible year one with the Bears. Year two is okay. The last 2 years were not good for Nagy. Let's call it like it is. I don't know, Matt, but my job is to call it down the middle. He didn't do well. Now, he also coached Mitch Trubisky. That's hard. No one's been able to really get to him. They did make the playoffs once with Mitch, but to run more of a spread offense where 3 receivers go more 11 personnel, you've got to have the personnel. You've got to have the receivers. Malik Neighbors, Josh, we know has come back with torn ACL. He's great. Darius Slayton could flat out run. Wando Robinson, their slot receiver, his contract's up. They don't have any depth at all. So they've got a lot of work to do, the Giants do. Joe Schoen, the general manager, does. And John Harbaugh has a lot of control. He'll be more involved with the personnel side than he has before. Offensive lines had major problems, really, for a number of years. Their defense, their front is fantastic for Denard Wilson. Denard Wilson, Josh, didn't really get a fair shake in Tennessee because they had 2 or 3 good players. The rest of the defense is horrendous. They just don't. Their edge rush is a joke. So you go to the Giants where they got a great edge rush group. We know that with Brian Burns is terrific. Abdul Carter came on late. Thibodeau finally he's on his 5th-year option. Trunty Golson's a good player, so they're loaded there. They're really good at linebacker. They got some problems at corner. They're good at safety. The defense has a chance to be outstanding with a little bit of help. And we know about DeMarcus Lawrence. The issue now is their offensive line. Like it always is, can they protect? And talking to someone close to Cam Scatterbo, he should be good. He should be able to work after the draft a little bit and then obviously be ready for training camp. But that was a major injury he suffered. And you saw how the running game suffered after he got hurt.
I think the big interesting thing also with this hire, Adam, is that you're getting a guy in Harbaugh that's got a lot of cachet. He's got a lot of experience as a head coach. The past 2 guys, Daboll, back before that you had McAdoo, right? Joe Judge. These were guys you didn't have a lot of head coaching experience. This kind of, I want to say it's the same, but it does have a little vibe of when they hired Tom Coughlin years ago.
Yeah, it's different. Nagy's got experience. Brian Callahan is the quarterback's coach. Chad Hall, I'm told, who'll be a receivers coach, he would have been the quarterback's coach had they not hired Callahan. And Chad Hall was their assistant quarterback's coach last year. Chad Hall, a top 3 receivers coach. So that's a really good staff. Now, look, we got to see what happens in free agency in the draft with that football team. But they could be one of those breakout teams. They severely underachieved last season. It's funny. I got lucky on that over/under was 6.5. I like the under. How many games did they choke last season? They should have had 9 or 10 wins. It's embarrassing how bad. Really bad. Like really bad. How many chokes they had. So with Harbs in there, you know what's coming. Greg Roman from Atlantic City. He's arguably the NFL's best run game designer. He's a senior offensive assistant, but he's going to help them with their run game. They got a chance, folks. I know there are a lot of Giant fans listening. They've got a chance to make a major jump this season.
They absolutely do. And honestly, I wouldn't mind it just because I think the NFC East is a little better when the Giants and the Eagles matchup is good, right?
Yeah, I actually said that to Jeff after the season was over. I was like, you know what? Eagles finally broke that 20-year mold, 21 years since they had a repeat winner. And the Eagles were that repeat winner. But, man, the Commanders were terrible. The Giants were choke artists. The Cowboys do what they do. They're just as Jason Devine would say, Cowboys are going to cowboy. They do. That's what they do. They have no discipline, and we'll see what happens. But it would be nice. It would be nice because you saw what the Bears did. The Bears finally, Josh, they finally showed something. It would be nice if there was a division where like every team's over 500 or close to it. Now, when you look at it, the only one, the NFC North was the only division where every team was at least over 500. Bears, Packers both made it. Minnesota was 9-8. Detroit was 9-8. The reason why they're only 9-8 is because they had major injury problems. So, yeah, it would be great, man. It would be nice that they would have put way more juice when we would talk about these teams each week.
At Kaplan NFL on the X platform, Inside the Birds podcast. Like, subscribe, and download wherever you get your podcast, or subscribe on YouTube. And Adam will be back next week. Adam, enjoy the weekend.
Sounds good. Same to you. See ya.
Josh Hennig, affiliate for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, football at 4 is always being brought to you by Ocean Casino Resort and the Fanatics Sportsbook. The place to be this football season is Ocean Casino in Atlantic City. Go to Fanatics Sportsbook. Go to Ocean. Go for the win. And not just for football, UFC fights, basketball, hockey, the Olympics, or maybe you want to just get involved in maybe some some action when it comes to golf, right? The Masters is coming up down the road. That big tournament you might have heard about with the college basketball is next month. All the action is at Ocean Casino Resort and the Fanatics Sportsbook. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. We'll check back in on the White Horse RV text board in just a bit at 609-403-0973. But I do want to hit on, just kind of follow up to what Adam was saying about the Giants and the other NFC East teams. The NFC East, if these coaches pan out the way we think they could, the NFC East is going to be much more competitive next year. And if it's much more competitive next year, that makes it even more important, more essential that the Eagles get this offseason right. You don't want to go in the next year with a NFC East that is going to be able to take you down and cut you down the size. I think John Harbaugh is going to have a major positive impact on the Giants. The Giants are going to be back to be a competitor in the division. I don't know if it's going to be literally next year, but within the next 2 years. You heard Adam say about the Commanders. A lot of their problems last year were injuries. So now they're recalibrating. New coordinators, new vibe, new energy in that building. And I don't think it's a coincidence that Cliff Kingsbury, former quarterback, now David Blau, former quarterback, those are the guys who are coaching Jaden Daniels. And you could argue if Daniels was healthy last year, they might have won some more games. The enigma is Dallas. Because as Adam pointed out, Christian Parker's never called plays before. And the last time we saw a quote-unquote Fangio disciple bring his system to a team who was a former defensive backs coach, we saw it in Philadelphia with Sean Desai. And that did not go well. So you could argue that realistically, it might not go well for Christian Parker, but he is a very well-regarded, very well-respected, very much admired coach in this league. And that's part of the concern is he so well-regarded? Is he so well-respected? Is he such a draw that guys like Reed Blankenship and Nakobe Dean, could they follow him to Dallas? And if they do, those are two guys who are major upgrades for Dallas's defense. And then you got the going against the Eagles twice a year. I think Philadelphia has to be very, very careful to not let Dean and Reed leave if they can help it. Because if those guys go to Dallas and Dallas get their defense back on track, it's going to be because of Dean and Blankenship. And you don't want that. You don't want to see two guys who helped you win a Super Bowl a couple years ago be part of the reason why you don't win the division for years to come. Very delicate dance the Eagles have to deal with this offseason with the entire NFC East trending in a positive direction. Don't get left behind. Don't let these other teams even be able to square up with you. The Eagles have to get this offseason right because these are coaching hires that could come back to bite you if you don't get this offseason right. I'm talking to you, Howie Roseman, and the Eagles front office. All right, we'll check back on the text board coming up. White Horse RV text board is 694030973. We've been talking Eagles and Phillies throughout the show. Plus, Happy Hour Friday. What are your recommendations for Happy Hour Friday? Let me know. I see Jeff from Ocean City. I also saw Robbie in Little Lake Harbor. What do you guys do for President's Day weekend? Let me know. 694030973. I'll be at Mike's Seafood Run Walk for Autism fundraiser tomorrow at Excursion Park in Seattle City. I'll be down there all day long, hanging with Hennig, 12 to 3 p.m. on 97.3 ESPN. I'm checking in with Billy Schwein in the locker room from 10 a.m. to noon because we'll be raising money for children with disabilities. They do a lot of great work with this fundraiser every year. And don't forget, you can win tickets. Yes, they have a raffle tomorrow. You can win Eagles, Phillies, Sixers, and Flyers tickets, and was other great prizes tomorrow. But you must come down to Mike's Seafood Run Walk for Autism at Excursion Park in Seattle City. And I'll tell you a trick really quick before we hit the break. There's a lot of people, what they do is, when it comes to the raffle for the tickets, if you want your odds high enough, to be able to win something, right? Just to win something. I've seen a lot of people do this. They'll throw in tickets to every bucket. And I feel like the people who throw their name into every bucket, a raffle to every bucket, those are the ones who walk away with something. It's very rarely the person who only throws all their tickets into one bucket. Now, they got to get all the prizes, a little bit of each. It kind of like increases their odds to walk away with something. Just a little observation I've had over the years for Mike Seafood Run Walk for Autism. All right, coming up aside, like I said, text board 609-403-0973. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle, streaming live on YouTube at 97.3 ESPN as well as on the X platform.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And if you're not down with that, we got 2 words for you.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Get your game on at the Fanatic Sportsbook in the Gallery at Ocean Casino Resort. Go to Ocean Casino Resort. Go for the win. For more information, visit theoceanac.com.
Baseball season is almost here. South Jersey and your business can be part of the action. Now, Town Square Media lets you advertise inside Philadelphia Phillies games on connected TV, putting your message on the biggest screen in the house, while fans stream the games they love. That means local, engaged viewers and real results for your business. Step up to the plate and get in the lineup today. Reach out to Jim McClain at townsquaresouthjersey.com and start winning with connected TV.
Network. I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. Your Valentine's Day forecast looking pretty good. It is going to be chilly tonight as our low temperature dips to 27 degrees. We'll see a few clouds streaming through the sky. And tomorrow, mostly sunny and dry. And that's about it. High temperature shooting for 46 degrees, typical for this time of year. Sunday turning cloudy, so our high comes down to 42, and we'll watch for some late day rain or snow showers. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
We have the perfect solution for sitting in traffic.
You come with me.
The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
.428 on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, still to come, Spock Track NBA insider Keith Smith joins at 5 o'clock. State of the NBA at the All-Star break. I mean, how much do we really believe in those 76ers? Also, we didn't get to the unsportsmanlike moment of the day in the last hour because we were a little long with Charlotte Varn, so we'll get to that coming up this hour as well. Going to check back in on the White Horse RV text board in just a moment at 609-403-0973. Been a busy day. Nick Castellanos' saga is over. Eagles and the rest of the NFC East solidifying their coaching staffs for the 2026 NFL season. Also, the All-Star game is this weekend. I asked Mike Gary this earlier. I'll ask all of you listening out there, 609-403-0973. Are you going to watch anything All-Star game related this weekend? They're doing it differently this year for those who haven't seen. To which someone like me rolls my eyes and says, oh, great, another change. More changes, great. You know, VJ Edgecombe will be in the Rising Stars Challenge tonight. You can hear that right here on 97.3 ESPN. Coverage begins at 9 o'clock. Tyrese Maxey will be in the All-Star game, or games, I guess we call it, on Sunday. Coverage begins for that for 4 o'clock. 5 o'clock is the first tip here on 97.3 ESPN. They have basically got like a round robin of teams they're going to play. So the winner of the Rising Stars Challenge tonight is going to be the fourth team in this group of 4 on Sunday. And it's basically going to be like, you know, the OGs versus the world versus the young U.S. team. I mean, I don't hate the format idea. It's just, if we got to make it complicated for people to actually care, then they're never going to really care. We all know that, right? I don't know. I lost interest in the NBA All-Star Game festivities. I'm trying to think when it was exactly, because I was one of those people who was still hanging on, right? You know, I was like, you know what? Jason Richardson and Blake Griffin winning the dunk contest, that's cool. I liked the whole, what was it, Sabrina Ionescu versus Steph Curry for the three-point shooting showdown. Like, I enjoyed those shenanigans. But when Mac McClung won the dunk contest, that's when I checked out. When it became more and more guys who are nobodies, who are not like real like league players, that's when I was like, I'm done. I'm out on this this All-Star weekend. And then you had guys chucking the ball from half court for 3-pointers in the actual game. I might watch more Olympics this weekend than I will actually watch the NBA All-Star games this weekend. It's probably what's going to happen. I mean, tomorrow I'll be at the Mike Seafood Run Walk for Autism all day long as we're raising money for children with disabilities. But in Seattle City, Excursion Park should come on down and hang out. But I'm not going to be going out of my way to be like, ooh, who's going to win the three-point competition? Who's going to win the dunk contest? Who's going to win the All-Star game? It'll probably be more of a, if it's on TV, I watch it. But if I have other options, I'll watch something else. I said the White Horse RV text board. Let me know what you guys are doing this weekend. What are you consuming this weekend for Happy Hour Friday? 609-403-0973 for the White Horse RV Center text board. In Williamstown and Galloway, your RV adventure starts here at White Horse RV. Bobby in Northfield says, I'm headed to the Mainland Junior Wrestling Beef and Beer in Summers Point on Sunday. By the way, I think Reed Blankenship will be a bigger loss in my opinion. Dean is solid, but it's Campbell's time now, says Bobby in Northfield. I don't disagree. I do think Reed Blankenship will be a bigger loss because he is the play caller on the back end. I understand for some people they look at Reed as a limited athlete, but to me, and Andrew the Check would disagree with me yesterday on Football at 4, but I still believe that if you get a better number 2 corner than a Dory Jackson, for goodness sake, right? You get a bona fide dude who's on the other side of Quinyon Mitchell, and you keep DeJean in the slot, it makes it a lot easier for me to look at Blankenship as safety and say he can keep playing the role that he's been playing and this team be successful. I do think Bobby in Northfield is right. He says it is Campbell's time. I do think that you didn't draft this guy in the first round for him to keep being the third guy. I think he showed you enough last year to show that he can be the stud. I think that you're probably going to lose Dean the free agency, whether I like it or not. Whether I like it or not, you're going to lose Dean the free agency, and he's going to go somewhere and have a really good career. He'll probably get injured a couple more times because he has had some injury issues, but I think he's still going to be a stud no matter where he goes. More on the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. Yeah, Steven Ventnor, you gave me way too much here, buddy. I'm going to try to decipher some of this. Steve says maybe they can replace Reed Blankenship with Cameron Curl. Don't hate that as an option. I do agree they should try to retain Jalen Phillips. And I think part of the reason why I'm retaining Jalen Phillips is because I don't think he will be the highest number on that market. Now, there's a lot of speculation, rumor, etc., that the Eagles could call the Raiders about Max Crosby. It's a fascinating idea. I don't hate if they were to make that trade. It would probably take some draft picks to get that deal done. I would assume, without having all the information in front of me, that... See, the problem is, what is Max Crosby's contract? I think that's where the rub would be exactly. Let me see here. So it looks like he only has 2 more years of guaranteed money on his deal, does Crosby. In 2028 is a potential out. By the way, Crosby is still in his 20s, so I think that's part of the reason why he's appealing. Let me see here. Yeah, I mean, he would take up a lot of money. If you're acquiring Crosby, you're taking on $30 million salary. And remember, you still got to re-sign to extensions Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis. So I don't know if you actually can get Crosby. But there's speculation out there they could trade a Nolan Smith and some draft picks to get Crosby. I wouldn't hate the idea. But I do think Jalen Phillips is probably the cheaper option. Steven Venner mentions Trey Hendrickson. I love Trey Hendrickson, the dude. I think he would fit this locker room very well. I think he definitely is a guy who would be good for the culture, kind of like the fit. But how much is he going to ask on the free agent market? He's coming off of an injury. Do the Eagles want to give him a one-year prove-it deal? Hendrickson, by the way, is 33 years old, I believe? So he's like 3 years older than even Crosby is. Let me check. Okay, he's going to turn 32 this upcoming year. So he's not 33 just yet, but that's still a couple years older than even Crosby. And he's coming off of an injury. So I don't know what his market's going to be like. Jalen Phillips also has an injury history. I don't know. I don't really know what the right answer is there, Steven Ventner, but I do appreciate that you're thinking outside the box. He goes on also to say, I think they're going to draft heavy on the offensive line and spend dollars to supplement the D. Maybe I'm wrong. He says, to which I say, you're probably not wrong. They have not spent a lot of money on the defense in recent years. So maybe this is the year they do spend money on defense. The question for the Eagles is, and I wrote about this in an article 973ESPN.com a few weeks ago, which is there's a handful of players they got to make a decision on. It's Jalen Phillips, Reed Blankenship, Nakobe Dean, and Dallas Goedert. Once they make a decision on those four, then we're going to have a situation where we can have a real conversation about what this team will look like next year. They obviously need more pass rush. That's number one. Is bringing Jalen Phillips back good enough? Do you go big game hunting and make a big trade for a guy like a Crosby? Do you go to a Trey Hendrickson and said, we'll give you a 1 or 2 year deal, short-term deal, bring in a guy who's one of the best pass rushers in football? Because last year, without Jalen Carter, you could tell the edge rush had trouble. And so I don't know where Nolan Smith is in his development. I know that people have said that Brandon Graham has not told the team he's 100% done. But Graham's a part-time player at this point. He's not going to solve all of your issues. I think you got to invest in the pass rush. And I don't know exactly if the best way to do that is through a trade for a guy like Crosby or acquiring a guy like Hendrickson. I believe that can go, I can go either way on that conversation. The Goddard thing is very bizarre because they don't have an in-house replacement. In years past, the Eagles always had an in-house replacement. This is the first time since, the early 2000s? They had Chad Lewis, but then they replaced him with L.J. Smith, who they drafted. They drafted Brent Selleck to replace L.J. Smith. They drafted Zach Ertz to replace Brent Selleck. They drafted Dallas Goedert to replace Zach Ertz. Maybe in the Phillies' mind, they thought Grant Calcaterra would be that guy, but Calcaterra just can't stay healthy. And now you're in this predicament where you don't have enough healthy people. You don't have enough healthy bodies as a tight end position. So do you get outbid for Dallas Goedert? Goddard had 11 receiving touchdowns last year. There's a lot of teams that are going to look at his production and say, yeah, we'll pay for that kind of production. I think that there is a real scenario where Goddard and Dean are both gone, and Jalen Phillips and Reed Blankenship are back. There's a lot of teams that need tight ends. Dallas Goedert is a guy from the Midwest. If Travis Kelce does retire, could Dallas Goedert go to Kansas City? That's one option. Tyler Kraft with the Packers, he's been injured off and on. Could he go to the Packers? Goddard's been in this Sirianni scheme for the last few years. I know they already have Tyler Warren over there in Indianapolis, but would the Colts consider pairing Goddard and Tyler Warren together if Alec Pierce leaves the Colts in free agency? Another scenario is you look at some of the teams that do desperately need a tight end. Some of them are teams that maybe we're not always thinking about that could throw a ton of money at him. I wouldn't be surprised if a team like the Houston Texans, a team like the Miami Dolphins, a team that might have some extra money to spend, and they'll overspend it on a guy like Goddard because they want that 11 touchdown production. And as I said, I don't know if Jacoby needs to come back because, as Bobby and Wildwood said, he drafted the heir apparent. He drafted the guy who is going to theoretically be the starting linebacker in Jahad Campbell. So if you drafted Jahad Campbell, you're only playing 2 linebackers usually. There's no room to have 3 starting linebackers. It was a luxury for a year. Luxury time's done. So, as I said before, the Eagles have a lot of tough decisions to make this offseason because the rest of the NFC East has gotten better. And you better keep up. You got to keep pace. Part of keeping up and keeping pace is you got to improve the pass rush on defense. You got to get a better number 2 cornerback. And we haven't even talked about the offensive line. Even if everyone comes back, let's say Lane Johnson doesn't retire, let's say Landon Dickerson doesn't retire, let's say everybody comes back. I don't think Tyler Steen should be the right guard. I think that, to me, I see Tyler Linderbaum as a free agent right now. If I'm the Eagles, I go full court press for him to be my center. I kick Juergens back to right guard. And I tell Tyler Steen, you're the primary backup guard moving forward. That's what I would do. All right, I'll check in on the Whitehorse RV text board a little bit more. Coming up, 609-403-0973. Also still to come, Keith Smith joins us to talk about the NBA, Spot Track NBA Insider. He will join us coming up in about 15 minutes from now to get more into the Sixers and NBA. But on the other side, we did not do our unsportsmanlike moment of the day earlier, but we're going to get to it next because there is some very interesting NFL news that came down last night. There is a name that had been projected as a potential draft pick by the Eagles. And as of right now, he will not be in the draft. What are the ramifications of this? Well, Evan Cohen this morning on Unsportsmanlike heard 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. on 97.3 ESPN. He had an interesting comment we'll get to coming up next here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a happy hour Friday on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. And we are streaming live on YouTube at 973 ESPN as well as on the X platform.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And it just keeps getting better.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
Trinidad Chambliss did everything in his power to get an extra year of eligibility so he didn't have to go to the NFL, where he may have actually found his way into the first round of the draft. Put that in perspective for a second. I would not write this guy off as a first rounder this year, because you watch him play against Georgia, you watch him play in the playoff, he was awesome, and he is awesome. And so I don't know that he would have fallen past the first round, and yet he's like, no, I got to go back to school. I want to be at school. That is a better financial and life and professional opportunity for me than going to the NFL.
Interesting take from Evan Cohen, heard this morning on Sportsmanlike, heard from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday here on 97.3 ESPN. For those who don't know, so Trinidad Chambliss, he literally took the NCAA to court to try to get an injunction to get the NCAA to grant him another year of eligibility. Now, part of Chambliss's argument is that he missed time playing due to some health issues, but the NCAA is holding that against him because it happened at Division II football level. The same NCAA that has given TJ Finley and Carson Beck numerous extra years of eligibility, but not Trinidad Chambliss. So Chambliss went to a circuit court judge down in the South. They determined the NCAA was being unfair in their handling of eligibility, and Chambliss gets to go back. I think Evan Cohen is on the right path, but I think he gets one thing wrong with this. I don't think Chambliss is going back to college because it's the best life and financial decision. I think he's going back to college because I don't think he thinks he's ready for the NFL. I think a guy like Chambliss understands that he might need more seasoning. I think he looks around the NFL and sees guys like Bo Nix. He sees guys who have been in college for several years of starting, who are having a certain level of success. Now, it's not a guarantee for everything, but you could argue that while a guy like Anthony Richardson came out too early, guys like Jalen Hurts and Caleb Williams were probably more equipped for the NFL because they stayed in college a little bit longer. Unless your name is Pat Mahomes, most quarterbacks need a lot of refinement at the college level to be ready for the NFL. I think this is more about Chambliss saying, I want to play college one more year. I want to be developed more to be ready to play in the NFL. But the other thing about Chambliss is he could have been a draft pick this year. I don't know if he would have been a first-round pick, but he was a guy that people were rumored to have the Eagles potentially looking at. That he would be a guy the Eagles could maybe draft to be the next guy to develop. College football is going to have a wild year next year because they're going to have most of the quarterbacks who could have been in this year's draft back. We mentioned Chambliss. Arch Manning returns to Texas. You have Julian Sayin at Ohio State. There's a lot of guys. You got Dante Moore at Oregon. These guys could have come out, could have been in the draft. They said, no, we want one more year. I think it's a pattern now. I don't think it's just about lifestyle. I think it's about these guys are saying, look, I want to make sure that when I go to the NFL, I'm totally ready because I don't want to be a bust. I don't want to waste my time and money and energy. I want to make sure that I am 100% ready for the moment. All right, coming up on the other side, we'll get back to the NBA. Where do the Sixers stand in the Eastern Conference? Coming on the All-Star break, we'll ask Keith Smith from Spock Track next on 97.3 ESPN.
Saturday morning in the locker with Billy Schwein, producer Nick Earnshaw, and my intern Aaron Ewing join me in the studio. The NFL season is over, but we will talk with Kristen Morby, who was the production manager for NBC's broadcast of Super Bowl 60. We all know Kristen, who runs the Cape May Point Women's Lifeguard Challenge. The NBA, the Olympics, the Phillies will all be covered. Hour 2 will get our high school athletes in the spotlight with Fran McLaughlin, brought to you by the Philly Pretzel Factory of Egg Harbor Township. It's the Locker with Billy Schwein, Saturday morning from 10 a.m. to noon on 97.3 ESPN.
Hi, Flo here to say that Progressive knows that life can change quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, like when I have to take my ex off my policy.
Oh, sorry. But yes, we can do that.
And can you send them a message and tell them that they have trust issues that they need to work on?
We don't really get in the middle of these conflicts.
Also, can you let them know that I was faking interest in his band and it's probably time to grow up?
I'm not gonna do it. Just know that with Progressive, you can easily make changes to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Also, I'm staying in touch with his mom because she's absolutely lovely.
Bad idea.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Tired of the runaround? Then drive over to Bridgeton Auto Mall, your destination for savings. We've slashed prices on our massive selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. Whether you need an SUV for the family, a fuel-efficient sedan, or a truck for the job, we've got the perfect fit and the perfect deal. Our award-winning service department is here for all your needs. From oil changes and tire rotations to major repairs. Trust the pros at Bridgeton Auto Mall to keep your ride running like new. Bridgeton Auto Mall on Pearl Street in Bridgeton or on the web at drivebam.com.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
They've got him. It's a sack.
Sixers.
Oh, baby.
And Flyers.
He scored!
97.3 ESPN. WENJ. WENJ HD. Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
Five o'clock hour of the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN. We'll get back to the Whitehorse RV text board in just a bit at 609-403-0973. But we do get back to the basketball conversation because this is NBA All-Star Weekend. Sixers, they literally had the worst loss they have ever had in the 519 matchups between them and the Knicks the other night. 49-point loss. In fact, they've lost almost all of their games since they traded away Jared McCain. So who are the Sixers at the All-Star break? What is the landscape of the Eastern Conference? We're getting into all that right now with Keith Smith, NBA insider, Spot Track contributor. He joins us right now here on the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN. Keith, welcome into the show. How you doing today?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me.
So is it just a coincidence, Keith, that they trade away Jared McCain and they start losing games? Or do you think this is a bad omen of things to come for the 76ers?
I think it's more of a coincidence. He wasn't playing that big of a role for them when they had, even a mostly healthy team together. So I think it's probably just a coincidence, but it's probably any number of things, right? Their depth was that ate away at their depth. Paul George being suspended ate away at their depth. Joel Embiid is, at this point, it's about every other game or so that he plays for them. Quentin Grimes has been hurt. I think they don't have Jabari Walker. I know he wasn't playing an amazing role, but he was playing 10, 15 minutes every night. You take all those guys out of the rotation, and now all of a sudden you're relying on some other guys to do more. And eventually, I think those guys are maybe ready to do more. Or the other part that happens is guys wear down. And I think when we get into the All-Star break, I think there are a number of guys on the Sixers who are just ready for a break.
Daryl Morey made the comment that he made the McCain trade with the idea of making another trade, right? Well, that other trade never happened. They never made any more additions to the team. And while Morey may not think much of it, I think the Cavs improved. I think the Celtics improved. I think teams in the Eastern Conference improved. I mean, look at Jose Alvarado with the Knicks. I think that was a really smart addition by the Knicks. I think the Sixers not adding at the deadline is a huge negative for them down the stretch here.
Yeah, they're not on level with those teams you mentioned or the Pistons. They're in the tier behind them with Toronto and Orlando and those teams. Even if they are a handful of games ahead of the Magic, they're still closer to the Magic as far. I guess they're only a game and a half up now, but I see them as that's the next grouping, right? That 5, 6, 7 grouping. They're probably not going to be home court advantage teams, and that probably means winning a round even in the playoffs. So that starts to be a pretty big ask. Now I think Philly can be the best of that group if they can get guys on the floor and keep them on the floor. But I mean that's however many years I've been talking to you, we've been having that same conversation around this time of year.
Well, that's the problem, Keith, that we keep having the same conversation, but yet the Sixers don't seem to be able to make the change. So what are we missing something? Like, is there something that we're missing, or are the Sixers being a little, I don't know, shall we call it being a little obtuse?
Well, considering they haven't gone past the second round of the playoffs, I don't think we're the ones missing it, right? Unless that is the goal. If the goal is just get in, and if you win around, great, and that's enough for us, then that's not a goal I would want the team to have. But if that's what their goal is, then I guess you can say mission accomplished. Otherwise, yeah, this team just, they continue to fall short, and some of that is, they have a lot of money tied up in two guys who they just can't rely on. I know Paul George has gotten healthy, and now it's not injuries why he's out, but who knows how long it was going to be before the next injury with him. And then Embiid, as well as he's played, again, it's like a every other game kind of thing that you can rely on him to be there. And that's why maybe they're thinking when we get to the playoffs, and you're not playing every night, you're only playing every other day, we'll have our guys ready to go, sure, but at that point, you've made your path difficult. You're playing Detroit, Boston, New York, Cleveland in the first round. You're going to have a really tough first-round matchup. And even if you get through it, you're going to have another tough matchup in the second round where you're probably going to be on the road too. It's making that path really hard for them.
Talking with Keith Smith. Of course, he covers the NBA at Keith Smith NBA on the X platform, contributor for Spot Track at the Front Office Show. Joining us here on the Sports Bash, Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. You just mentioned the money wrapped up in Embiid and Paul George. I haven't had a chance to talk to you since the Paul George suspension. When they came down, it was a little jarring, right? It was a little odd how it all came together and went down. What is the big picture takeaway from the Paul George suspension? Because I know it ultimately saved the Sixers some money in terms of the luxury tax. So, okay, it's fine from a financial perspective, but what does it mean for Paul George and the Sixers when he does return?
Yeah, it's going to mean you're getting him back in late in the season. There's not going to be a lot of games left, and you're going to have to reintegrate him again. Now, on the one hand, you could say, well, good news is they've had to do that before, so that shouldn't be all that hard. But yeah, it's just another thing they're going to have to deal with down the stretch of the season when they're probably going to be, just the way things look like they're lining up, playing pretty important games for seeding purposes. So now you're going to be, all right, well, we'll have Embiid tonight, maybe not tomorrow night, but we'll figure it out with that, and we'll have Dembona and Andre Drummond step in the meantime. And then, all right, now we're getting Paul George back, but Dominic Barlow's been starting, Kelly Oubre's been starting. Are we going to start George? What are we going to do? Can we bring him off the bench? That's $50 million off the bench. It's just a lot of questions that you really don't want to be asking when you get into March and in April about your team when you only have, let's call it, a month or so to get ready for the playoffs.
When you're thinking about also beyond this year, right? If we're, and I'm not trying to speak ill things into existence, Keith, but if we're honest, this team has not gotten out of the second round. They don't look like they're going to get out of the second round again this year. How much change is going to can happen this offseason for the Sixers if another season plays out like it has for the last several?
Yeah, that's where the questions need to be asked of ownership of what are the goals here? Is the goal to simply get to the playoffs and be a playoff team every year? If it is, then there's not a lot more questions to be asked because they're hitting that mark, right? If the goal is we want to win a championship and we want to be a title team, and not just say that, but actually go about doing it, well, then you have to start asking questions about, all right, how are we going to get there? Because there are some guys that can definitely be part of a championship roster on this team, but when you have over $100 million a season locked into Joel Embiid and Paul George, and then if you had Tyrese Maxey, who's worth every penny, but now you're at the salary cap with three players, and good luck, filling out the rest of your roster. As you've seen, it becomes a lot of moves around the edges and minor things that you can do. They're just going to be in a spot where it's going to get, a little harder to, look at them, and then it becomes, all right, how can we look to get out of some of these contracts? I don't know if they're going to look to move Embiid, but could it be, all right, could we try to trade Paul George? What would that look like? Where could we go if we try to do that? And that becomes, another big question that has to be asked. And then you're starting to talk about, well, what kind of assets are we having to give up to get off of Paul George's contract? Because nobody's going to trade for him because nobody's going to look at it saying, yeah, there's a positive value guy I can bring in. It's going to be, all right, you want to seat that deal, that's fine, but you're going to have to pay to get it done.
And I think the other side of the coin, Keith, is that the fact that the Eastern Conference, it's not a cakewalk right now. Look at the Cavs. I think them adding James Harden is a huge deal for them. I think the Nikola Vucevic trade for Boston is extremely underrated. We know the Pacers will finally be healthy again next year. The Magic are still an up-and-coming team. I don't know why or how, but Charlotte is still fighting and clawing at this point in the year. I never expected to see that. And frankly, if we're being honest, if Milwaukee could ever get out of their own way when it comes to injuries and everything else, they're a threat. So, and by the way, you have the team in Detroit. They've been like the 1 seed like the entire year.
Yeah, and the Knicks aren't going anywhere. It doesn't
right,
look like
next
the Raptors are getting better. Yeah, the Hawks have good players. We'll see if they can kind of put things together, even at the bottom of the conference. The Wizards are going to be a better and more competitive team next year with Anthony Davis and Trae Young. That's going to look different. So, yeah, it is not a conference where it is just show up and, if you're even okay, you're going to win 48 to 50 games and host the first round series. It's tough. I know people in the Western Conference like to act like they are miles ahead of the Eastern Conference. Well, if you look up today, the Detroit Pistons have the best record in the league right now, which is incredible considering at this time 2 years ago they were like 8-46 and coming off a 28-game losing streak, and I think it was 35 out of 36 games they had lost. It looked like they were hopeless. But you look, and then Boston, New York, Cleveland, they're as good or better than any team in the West, outside of probably the Thunder, that you could put up against them. And that is where, that to your point, the East is, it's tough, it's deep. There's a lot of good teams, and it is, your work is cut out for you. And again, Philly, they've really made it difficult on themselves. The other thing that's been weird with them just this specific season, they're like barely above 500 at home on the year. That's where you need to start taking care of business at home, because if you're more in the range of the good home teams, and let's say 4 or 5 of those games have gone the other way, all of a sudden you're talking about, all right, we're right in the mix for the number 2 seed. So there's a lot of things that they got to figure out, and it's certainly not getting any easier to get done.
Keith, why isn't Jaylen Brown getting more talk for the MVP? I mean, I literally purposely drafted in my fantasy basketball league because I knew he would have a good season, and it feels like the guy is getting he's turning in like the Rodney Dangerfield. He's getting no respect here.
Yeah, I think some of it is a little bit, he doesn't do himself any favors sometimes because he does like to remind people that he doesn't get respect. And I think that gets under people's skin, even if I personally think he is correct in that. I think there are other people who look at it and say, well, he's just scoring a lot more because Jason Tatum's not there. And just scoring a lot more and taking a lot of shots isn't anything. Some of the advanced metrics don't love his game because they look at it and the way it's looked at is, he's okay, but the team's actually been better with him off the floor, which I think completely misses the point that he's always going against the frontline groups and never gets the chance to really go against backup groups this year because Tatum is out. And then I think part of it is I think people are just tired of Boston. It's been, all right, yeah, for years they've been at the top of the conference. What's shiny and new, right? That always grabs us a little bit more. And in this year, it's not undeserved, but that's Cade Cunningham, Jalen Brunson. That is in the West, Wembanyama and Jamal Murray, who are playing good, and that's where I think people just gravitate to those guys a little bit more.
Also in the Eastern Conference, I mentioned before, I think the Vucevic trade is extremely underrated for Boston. Obviously Detroit is the number 1 seed, but my big concern with Detroit, Keith, is the fact that I don't think they have the depth that some of the other teams in the East do. And I feel like if they get into a deep series with a Boston or some of these other teams, they could maybe get worn down. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think so. I think, we're going to see, in the NBA, a big part of it is, show it to me, right? Prove it. Prove that you've done it before. And it's kind of funny in the Eastern Conference, outside of the Celtics of the top teams, none of those teams have proven it yet. Detroit hasn't won a playoff series. New York has fallen short. Cleveland has fallen short. Philadelphia has fallen short. Toronto's a new team. Orlando hasn't won a playoff series with this group. So, and the Pacers are obviously way out of it. So there is a lot of, all right, somebody's going to have to prove it here in the East. and then that's when we'll believe in you, right? It's more so than any other league, I think, is, all right, I'm not going to believe you can actually make a finals run till you win 2 or 3 playoff series and show me you can make a finals run. You start doing that, all right, I'll start to believe. But until then, it is really a spot where we just don't we just don't buy in.
And listen, I know part of it for some of us is, you look at the pieces that make the whole in Detroit, and you kind of have, outside of Cade Cunningham, you have some side eye looks at them. But the reality is that, even Cade Cunningham could be an MVP candidate at this point in the conversation. I think that, the job that Bickerstaff has done in Detroit probably makes him the coach of the year, right?
It's going to be close. It's interesting because sometimes in the coach of the year discussion, it gets a little weird. There are times when it is, all right, who's the best coach? And then there are other times when the discussion is, all right, whose team has overachieved the most? If we're going with overachieved, I think that's probably Joe Mazzulla and the Celtics. Most people had them down in the play-in tournament or out of the playoffs entirely, and here they are, second in the conference. So that'll be in the mix. You're going to hear some talk from Mitch Johnson for getting the Spurs up there. David Adelman has the Nuggets right there in the West, and they've played through countless injuries to major parts of their starting group and have won games when they didn't have any of their regular starting 5 available. I certainly think J.B. Bickerstaff deserves a lot of credit, and I think he'll be heavily involved in the discussion. But and then Jordan Ott too, from the Phoenix Suns, who myself and many others thought they were going to be more towards the bottom of the league, and here they are fighting for a top 6 playoff spot in the West. So it's going to be a crowded field, but J.B. Bickerstaff certainly deserves a ton of consideration for what he's done with that Pistons team.
You don't have an answer? I understand. But what's the future of Giannis? Got to ask anyway.
Yeah, I mean, for the near term, right, get healthy and then play again for the Bucks. They don't seem like they're giving up on this season, even though that's probably the more prudent path at this point. But it seems like they are committed to, we're going to try to go out there and win some games and try to get into the play-in tournament and see where it goes. So that's going to be part one. And then when we get to whenever their season ends, whether it's before the postseason, in the play-in tournament, or in the first round, there's going to be, then it's going to start right back up again with, regular, probably Giannis updates every 2-3 weeks until we get into the summertime. And at that point, we'll see if the Bucks are more serious. I was told the same as a lot of other people that the Bucks were never even all that open to even talking Giannis trades. Teams made offers. Milwaukee didn't make anything near a serious counteroffer, and just like, no, give us more, and without kind of giving any idea back. And that's why nothing got done, because they didn't want to move him, and he continues to, as much as he sidesteps around it at times, continues to say he doesn't want traded. So I think we kind of are where we are for now with him as a Buck.
I mean, it's just such a bizarre situation because, when you think of the Bucks, you think of Giannis and vice versa, right? And so, I don't think, the modern Bucks fan, they're not old enough, most of them, to remember when Kareem was traded to the Lakers back in the day. But, to me, it's a similar vibe where it's like you're trading, a generational player potentially. That cannot be something that's overlooked easily. And it feels like, Milwaukee is, I don't know, it must feel like they're playing with fire here, Keith, because it's like, they're being like we'll take calls. We don't really want to trade him. It's just such a strange way to handle your business.
Yeah, it is. I think on the flip side, I try to be very understanding with the Bucks, because if you look at it, this is their guy, right? This is their franchise guy. He's the best player in franchise history that has stayed there for, a requisite amount of time. People can argue about Kareem and Oscar Robertson, but I think it's Giannis at this point because of the length of time he's been there. He did win a title for them there, and you look at it, and that's not easy to just say, let's walk away, right? It's always easy for us to kind of look at it and say, all right, yeah, start over. You should be starting over. Blow it up. Go that direction. In a lot of ways, we give teams more credit when they do that than the teams that are like, hey, we already have the guy. We're not getting anybody better than Giannis. And even if we blow it up, we're probably not getting anybody better than Giannis for the next several years. So we owe it to ourselves to try to make it work until he says, you know what, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm ready to go somewhere else. then you start looking into what does it mean to trade them and the like. So I get where they're coming from with not just jumping right into, all right, let's move on from this guy, because that's got to be an absolutely nerve-wracking decision to make. Because the other thing is you got to get it right, because you only get one chance. If you don't get it right, you don't get to trade him again. And guess what? You're not going to be the one making the draft picks and building the roster after he's gone.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the part about blowing it up, because we're seeing right now in the NBA that tanking is getting pretty wild out there, Keith. I mean, the whole situation with the Jazz and the Pacers and all the other weirdness that's going on. And, people forget that even if you tank, it's no guarantee you're getting the pick that you want. So it's like, in today's NBA, it's not just that tanking might not work if you draft the wrong guy. Keith, you could tank and you still don't get the pick that you want.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the, part of being in a lottery system. It is, you are trying to give yourself the best odds to get the best pick possible. And then if things move, at least, you can only move back so far in the lottery. And that's where, it becomes very interesting as you kind of get into it of, all right, where do you need to be? And that's different lines. As you guys, were fully aware of with the Sixers a year ago, it was we cannot fall out of the top six, right? We cannot fall out because then we lose our pick. And they did everything to make sure they were going to stay in the top six, and then ultimately moved up in the lottery. And we've seen that over the years. It's funny when I see all the hand-wringing over tanking. I think a big part of it is I think we're at the middle of the season, and it is nobody's super fired up for All-Star. And I think it is, all right, we're in kind of the dog days of the year, and people are like, what can we talk about? Trade deadline's over. You know what? Let's get all fired up about tanking, because this is the worst it's ever been. As if we didn't go through the process Sixers and everybody screaming and crying that they were ruining basketball and how, basketball was never going to be the same because of how awful this is and how bad it is. And last I checked, things are just fine. And the team didn't fold and go out of business and all the other nonsense that was said. Teams do this. This is just kind of how it goes. Is it starting a little early? Are some of the methods a little drastic? Sure, but part of that is this is a loaded draft class, and the next two or three don't look so good. So some of these teams like Utah and Washington are going to do everything they can to make their picks as good as possible this year while they added talent for next year and beyond, because, hey, get one more player in the door this year, then we're going to start moving this thing forward and trying to be good teams start next year, because the talent's just not that good moving forward.
Yeah, and I would also say that, just because you tank doesn't mean you build the rest of the team out properly either. Yeah. Sam Presti has done an amazing job of what he has done, but Keith, even better than I do, there's plenty of teams that have gone through the tank, gone through the whole. Look at the Sixers. I mean, they drafted 3 big men, and only one of them even panned out. So, I mean, you can go hit the lottery numerous times, but if you don't build out the rest of the team around them, it's for naught.
Yeah, I mean, look at the Kings. The Kings had one fun season, that like the Beam season, and we all loved, and we all kind of jumped on board and had a blast with that team. Every other year for 2 decades has been awful because they never get it right. Now, they've never had the top pick, which has led to a lot of funny things from their fan base saying, hey, everybody else is tanking. We should get the number 1 pick because we just stink. Like, we're just actually bad, which is, it's kind of hard to argue with them. But, you're absolutely right. Just getting the number 1 pick that's great, but it doesn't do anything. It doesn't make it, that's not like, all right, well, it's done. That's it. You got the guy now, go. No, you still got to figure out all the rest of it. And that's the thing that I think we're going to be, watching for here with these teams of, all right, how are you going to figure it out after this? For teams like Indiana, we know, right? Tyrese Halliburton's going to come back. They added Zubac, they go forward. Washington, Davis and Young are going to play. They're young guys, another year of growth. Utah, they added Jaren Jackson Jr. They've been doing some shenanigans. They're going to be good. But for teams like Sacramento, New Orleans, Brooklyn, all right, show me what you're going to do, because it's not just going to be enough to get a good high pick. You're going to have to build a real team around whoever it is you do draft.
Keith, before I let you go, do you want to try and sell me to watch NBA All-Star Weekend?
The 3-point contest should be fun. It's always fun. The shooting stars is back, and some of the teams there are kind of interesting, and that could be kind of fun. The dunk contest is what it is at this point in the game. The only hope you have is that maybe this does spark something, and these guys decide to go a little bit harder. But I'll use this as an example, right? Tyrese Maxey is there. If anybody is screaming and yelling, I need them to play hard. Well, if Tyrese Maxey goes really hard and suffers an injury in the All-Star game, people are going to you're going to have the phones backed up for days, right? For people to complain about why were we playing hard and the stupid event and all that. And that's the thing. Everybody play hard and don't get hurt. Okay, sure, we would love that if that's the way it could play out. But those things don't always go hand in hand. So I'll certainly be watching and hopeful that it's at least kind of fun and interesting, but I'll be honest, I'm not real attached to it being great. And I think after this doesn't work, it's time to start having some bigger conversations about, do we even need this whole thing? What are we doing with this moving forward?
Yeah, and it was such a weird thing when Durant the other day is like basically blaming all the European players for why they haven't been competitive in the All-Star game. And I was like, Kevin, are you trying to get punched? Are you trying to have somebody try to run you over? And can you imagine if the one person who gets injured on Sunday, Keith, is Kevin Durant because someone?
Yeah, it's just
right.
It's silly, and Josh, I'll tell you, I've been watching these games for a long time, covering the league for a long time. Back in the '90s, the people have they get in nostalgia, and it's back in my day, everything was better. In the 90s, Magic Johnson wasn't even an active player in the league, was named an All-Star, and they spent a big chunk of the fourth quarter with him taking half-court hook shots because they were just having fun out there. So, all these people who screaming, they used to go so hard. And, guys were, Kevin McHale wiping out Kurt Rambis, on fast break layups and stuff like that. That was NBA Finals. Those were not All-Star games. It's just, I think people, they tend to, they get into their feels and in their memories and they remember things, and it's not what actually happened. Now to this week, it's that, when it all went downhill after Kobe retired, as if Kobe wasn't in a bunch of these non-competitive, games as well. It's just, I don't know. At some point, I think people just recognize it is what it is, and if you don't like it that much, go do something else. Right? There's watch the Olympics then. I guess I don't know what to tell you. It feels like the number of people who watch things that they supposedly hate. I just then do something else with your time. No one's making you watch it.
Great stuff from Keith Smith, just laying down the law here on 97.3 ESPN. Keith, I really appreciate you making the time today. Great stuff.
Thanks so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Give him a follow at Keith Smith NBA on the X platform. Check out all of his work with Spot Track and the Front Office Show. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN. We'll check back in on the text board, the Whitehorse RV text board next, 609-403-0973. Don't forget, Happy Hour Friday. What are your happy hour recommendations for the weekend? I saw recommendations from Jeff in Ocean City and Robbie in Little Lake Harbor. Those and more coming up next on 97.3 ESPN.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Keeping the fans entertained and happy.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
In 2026, Moppert Brothers at Northfield celebrates an incredible milestone. 50 years of repairing vehicles back to factory specifications after an accident. Family owned and operated for 5 decades, they take pride in doing things the right way with the owners on site and involved every day. They're manufacturer certified by Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Ford, Tesla, and Polestar. Their technicians are expertly trained and use state-of-the-art equipment. Moppert Brothers at Northfield. 50 years of trust. 50 years of quality.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. Your Valentine's Day forecast looking pretty good. It is going to be chilly tonight as our low temperature dips to 27 degrees. We'll see a few clouds streaming through the sky. And tomorrow, mostly sunny and dry. And that's about it. High temperature shooting for 46 degrees, typical for this time of year. Sunday turning cloudy, so our high comes down to 42, and we'll watch for some late day rain or snow showers. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN.
.534, Josh Hennig here on the Sports Bash, filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. I have never been more happy that it's a Friday than I am this week. Typically, I'm the kind of person who's like, you know what? I got to work the weekend, so I'm not like, too crazy about it Friday, right? Typically in my vibe, Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. I am the host of Hanging with Hennig Saturdays, 12 to 3 p.m., following Billy Schweim in the locker room on 97.3 ESPN. My Saturday is technically my Friday. So for me, I don't usually look at Friday as like the so glad it's here vibe. But this week I really do. Like, I got to admit, like, and listen, I am so grateful for this job. I am so blessed to be doing what I'm doing and have the opportunities that I do. But man, it's been a long time since I've gotten this little sleep. Okay. It is absolutely wild that you would think that them coming back from like last week should have been the week that I would have been like, oh, thank goodness the week is over. Nah, it's actually this week. It's actually this week. It felt like last week rolled over into this week. So, but yes, I will be able to get some, be able to decompress over the weekend, and then I'll be filling in for Mike Gill all of next week as Nick Earnshaw calls him, the world traveler. He's out doing his thing. You can follow him at the Mike Gill Show to check out what he's up to. Don't want to speak for him. I'm frankly confused where he is and isn't going half time. I don't even know. But we're still hanging out with you, filling in on a happy hour Friday here on 97.3 ESPN. Yes, tomorrow I will be hanging with Hennig, broadcasting live for the Mike Seafood Run Walk for Autism in Sea Isle City. We'll be broadcasting live from Excursion Park. We had a record turnout last year for the Mike Seafood Run Walk for Autism, so I encourage everyone to come on down, because part of what Mike Seafood Run Walk for Autism does is they raise money with all the proceeds directly support resources, education, and opportunities for individuals with disabilities and their families. So, for example, at Shore Medical Center right now, they opened a new outpatient room for people with disabilities, with sensory needs, and it was a huge, basically supplied and funded because of the Mike Seafood Run Walk for Autism. So there are so many tangible examples of how this event helps people right here in South Jersey. And so I encourage you, listen, there's multiple ways to support coming out tomorrow, okay? Number one, I'll be out there pretty much all day. So not just for 12 to 3, but I'll be there in the morning checking in with Billy Schweim in the locker room from 10 a.m. to noon here on 97.3 ESPN. You can pre-register right now, or you can donate online at MikeSeafoodRunWalkForAutism.com. That's the first thing you can do. If you do not want to do the run walk tomorrow for whatever reason, that's supposed to be a nice day. The last forecast I saw, let me double check the weather right now, is that it's supposed to be roughly around 48, 49 degrees in Seattle tomorrow. Let me see what the latest is over here. Yep, a high of 49. That's what I got over here. So that's the one thing. But even if you don't want to run walk, they have raffles for all kinds of prizes. For example, they are giving away Eagles, Phillies, Sixers, Flyers tickets. You can come in. I always tell people, if you want to win something with the raffle, throw your ticket in multiple buckets. That way you have more chances to win. More ways to win. No, but seriously, it is a great time tomorrow. We're looking forward to being a part of supporting the great cause. 97.3 ESPN and myself, Josh Hennig. All right, let's get back to it here at 609-403-0973. That is the Whitehorse RV Center text board. By the way, it looks like Dave Klemick is listening. Shout out to Dave Klemick. Klemick Performance Method in Egg Harbor Township. I believe, I don't know if he's actually in this weekend with Billy Schwein. I think he might be on his non-football season hiatus with the locker room and the boys. But I know Nick Earnshaw will be in here tomorrow with Billy Schwein, and then Alex will be in here on Sunday with Billy Schwein. Alex will be helping me out tomorrow, board hopping in the studio. So, those guys are staying busy this weekend. Well, Nick Earnshaw is always busy, so I can't ever say he's not busy. But Let's run it back on some of the texts here who came in throughout the show. We've been asking you, your thoughts on the end of the Castellanos saga. What is next for the Eagles this offseason? Everyone's perspective on the Sixers at the NBA All-Star break. And what are you doing this weekend? I know for me, I said it earlier, I don't have an interest in the NBA All-Star break. I just don't have an interest in the games. I don't know. It's not for me. Jeff in Port Norris chimes in and says, hey, Josh, maybe Mike Gill will get trapped in the pyramids for another week. We could have some extra time, says Jeff in Port Norris. I will say that Mike Gill has had enough bizarro travel stories that I don't really wish him to have any more at this point. Like, all of the trips that he has been on since I have been working here and some of the bizarro things that have happened to him with some of those trips, I'm kind of done with the weird stuff, Jeff Port Norris. Can he just have a trip and come back like a normal person? We talked about Happy Hour Friday recommendations earlier in the show. Jeff in Ocean City says Slack Tide Angry Osprey this weekend. That's a great choice. That's probably my Mount Rushmore of Slack Tide Brewing brews is Angry Osprey. It's one of my big four. I always tell people, for me, Slack Tide, the seasonal Haywire is always great. Angry Osprey, I know, is very popular with a lot of people. When they have it, Exit 13 is very, very underrated. I really like that one. And if I had to throw one more up there, I feel like people don't always talk about this one, but Dry Dock is a really good one as well. Where's the other one? There was another recommendation that came in earlier. No, not Colin LBI. Where is it? Must have been earlier than I thought. Someone texted in a brew that actually I'd never heard of before. Here it is. Robbie in Little Lake Harbor says, I'm going to be drinking Stockton beer. It's at Hidden Sands Brewing Company. Now, I had not had that one. I'm not familiar with that one. So I'm going to have to put that on my list of brews to consume or check out at some point. So thanks to Robbie for texting that one in. The last few times I've been out and about, let me pull up my my Untapped app here, since we're getting into this now. I wasn't particularly planning on doing this right now, but, it's fine. Everything's fine. No, everything actually is fine. I just felt like saying that. Let's see here. What have been my most... So, I was down at Anglesey Ale Works a couple weeks ago. They have a pale ale called the Senior Sea Pig. That was pretty good. They have also a Pilsner called the Angelski. That's great as well. I forgot about Headboat over at Slack Tide. That's one of their lagers. That's a great one as well. What else have I had recently that I gave a good score to? Whaletail Brewing down in Kingmake Courthouse. They have one called Hop Aboard. It's their pale ale. That's a really good one. Also, their blonde golden ale, Heart of Gold. I gave those some high scores. I was down at Gusto Brewing also recently. I really wish this app would make it a little more easier to find stuff. But it's fine. Everything's fine. Let's see here. Where was the Gusto brew that I had recently? Rumble Pack. There it is. It's an American IPA. That one was delicious. That one was very, very, very good, especially when you have it with food. That and Meep. Meep is their session IPA. Those were the two good ones from Gusto my two favorites I had from Gusto. And let me just say this really quick before we kind of move too far away from this. Where Mike Gill and I differ on the brews is that Mike is very, very particular about the style and type of brew that he likes. My palate is way more diversified. So to me, while Mike will judge you based on what your best brew is, I'm going to judge you based on the overall quality of what you're offering. Because for me, I can go to, you heard me mention Slack Tie, Gusto, Anglesey. You want to throw in there Myers, Lighthouse, Whaletail, Garden State, whoever it may be. And I'm going to probably be able to find about 3-4 items on your menu that are recommendable for me. I'm not the kind of person who only says, I only drink this. I tend to be someone who's a little all over the place. Now, I'm also an oddball. I get that. I'm not the average consumer, right? Most people have what they like and they stick with that. I enjoy going out places and trying different things, right? If I see a new coffee shop, I want to go check it out. If I see a new, almost anything within reason, I like to check things out, try it at least once. And then if I like it, I know to go back. If I don't like it, then I know not to go back. It's a pretty simple equation for me. I'm a simple guy, folks. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. Streaming live on YouTube at 97.3 ESPN and on X. We will wrap up the Happy Hour Friday show. Coming up next, this is your final chance to get in on the text board. The Whitehorse RV Center. Text board at 609-403-0973. Whitehorse RV Center in Williamstown and Galloway. Your RV adventure starts here at Whitehorse RV.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And I am the voice of the voiceless.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
My brother, who's older, is a tough guy. He always gets me something, and I have to appreciate it. Hey, man, I got you this. It's a knife. It's a buck knife, like 11-inch Bowie knife. I know you like knives. I go, I do? He goes, well, at dinner, you're always like, can I have a knife?
David Spade, I Got a Feel For It tour. Saturday, March 7th, Ovation Hall and Ocean Casino Resort. Tickets are on sale now at theoceanac.com.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Do I have everybody's attention now?
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Josh Hennig, Philly for Mike Gill, wrapping up the 5 o'clock hour and the week of the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN. We've been hanging out with you on 97.3 ESPN FM, streaming live on YouTube at 97.3 ESPN as well as on X. I am going to definitely try to consume some Olympics this weekend. I'm not going to act like I'm some Olympic aficionado, but I'm going to put in the effort. If I see that it's on and it's not like, curling, I'll give it a shot. Keith Smith didn't help the cause. The NBA All-Star Weekend Saturday is probably just going to be a no for me. I'll watch the highlights later. If I remember, I'll tune into the Rising Stars game tonight, which you can hear right here on 97.3 ESPN. VJ Edgecombe will be a part of that tonight. Tyrese Maxey is a starter for the All-Star game on Sunday. I'll probably end up watching some of the All-Star game on Sunday just because. But I'm definitely not going to be seeking it out. That's for sure. Don't forget, tomorrow I'll be at the Mike Seafood Run Walk for Autism. Of course, we are raising money for children with disabilities, supporting the local community, helping children and their families. I'll be down there for Hanging with Hennig, 12 to 3 p.m., checking with Billy Schweim, the locker room, 10 in the noon, down at Excursion Park in Seattle City. Again, if you want to be involved in the run or the walk or just to donate, go to Mike Seafood Run Walk for Autism.com. I actually have more things I want to say about the Eagles and the Phillies, but we're just out of time. There's only so much time in the day to do these shows. I will say really quick before I get out of here. When it comes to the Phillies, I think the biggest storyline is actually going to be Adolis Garcia. Someone else made this point. I'm just going to repeat it here. I don't think it's going to be no small thing that wherever Nick Castellanos lands, he is going to be compared again and again and again to Garcia and vice versa. Garcia and Castellanos are going to be tied at the hip all year long. And it's probably going to be the most fascinating of the conversations. Who has the better year? Will it be Castellanos or Garcia. It's probably going to be one of the biggest storylines of the year. All right. Have a great day, everybody. Catch you tomorrow here on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig signing out. Hey, this is Josh Hennig. Join me this Saturday broadcasting live from Mike's Seafood Run Walk for Autism as we raise money for a great cause at Excursion Park in Seattle City. Hanging with Hennig 12 to 3 p.m. on 97.3 ESPN. Talking Eagles NFL offseason with Sporting News NFL writer Andy McNamara. Presented by Boxing Insider Promotions. Returning to Tropicana Showroom in Atlantic City on Saturday, March 7th. Sixers and NBA talk at the All-Star break with NBA insider Brendan Scoopy Robinson. Presented by Zia Nicola Pizza. Located at 43rd Street and the Promenade, the best pizza in Seattle City. And we will discuss the top Phillies storylines as the team reports to spring training thanks to Prevail Nutrition, South Jersey's best meal prep service, delivering to Atlantic and Cumberland counties plus Ocean City. So join me this Saturday at Mike's Seafood Run Walk for Autism as we raise money for a great cause at Excursion Park in Seattle City. Hanging with Hennig, Saturday 12 to 3 p.m. on 97.3 ESPN FM. Streaming live on YouTube and X